Chapter 608. Ning Qing finally looked at Han Yunxi seriously. This was the first time he'd ever looked at a woman so seriously. Unfortunately, before he could figure anything out, Long Fei pulled Han Yunxi behind him and unsheathed his sword. "Are you exchanging or not?" In the past, Long Fei Yi had always stood silently behind Han Yunxi, allowing her to show off her splendor for thousands of years. Only when she couldn't handle a situation would he show himself. This was the first time he'd pulled Han Yunxi behind him when there wasn't any danger. Ning Qing finally realized that he'd been distracted and immediately looked away. He didn't like this feeling of losing control, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. That was because Long Fei Yi had unsheathed his sword. "Exchange. For better or worse, let my men bring Gu Beiyue over," Ning Qing said. "Lil Thing, get out of the way." Han Yunxi waved her hand at Lil Thing. Lil Thing understood what she meant. Although it didn't want to, it still stepped aside for the sake of bringing the gentleman back sooner. It carefully let go of Gu Beiyue and let him lie flat on his back. It didn't go far, but watched from the sidelines. The men who'd come to detain the man were none other than Chu Yuni and General Chu. His heart ached at the sight of Gu Beiyue's broken arm and wished he could cut it off right in front of Han Yunxi. Unfortunately, Lil Thing was watching their every move from the sidelines. Lil Thing's eyes were sharp and cold, enough to make people overlook its figure and think of a wolf. In the end, Chu Yuni and General Chu couldn't do anything but bring Gu Beiyue to Ning Qing's side. At the same time, Tang Li brought Chu Tianyin to Long Fei Yi's side. Long Fei Yi had one hand behind his back, while the other rested on Gu Beiyue's shoulder. Ning Qing rose to his feet, one hand still holding a wine cup while the other grabbed the back of Gu Beiyue's collar to keep him from toppling to the ground. The two men faced each other, only a step or two apart. Their figures were about the same, both tall and proud, refined and tough. Their eyes were as cold as water, reflecting each other's shadows. This was like a showdown between two kings on a narrow path where the victor was hard to predict. Everyone's attention was on the two men as they gasped in surprise and secretly compared them. These two men of about the same age were very, very similar, but they were still different. In terms of appearance, Ning Qing had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His features were sharp and defined, and he had a heroic air about him. No one could pick out any flaws in him. Long Fei Yi's icy face was like a sculpture, with no blind spots at all. It was perfect, cold, and handsome. In terms of wealth, Ning Qing controlled Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and controlled a third of Cloud Realm Continent's wealth. The white jade crystal ring on his thumb was 10 times more exquisite than the one worn by the Northern Dynasty's emperors. It was a symbol of his wealth. Long Fei Yi didn't pale in comparison. He never liked to wear jewelry, but the bracelet on his woman's wrist could beat any other piece of jewelry in the world. In terms of military strength, Ning Qing had a slight edge, especially after gaining the support of the Chu clan troops. Of course, if Long Fei's forces were joined by the mermaid soldiers, then they might not necessarily lose. After all, the Bailey Navy didn't only fight on the seas. Cloud Realm Continent had a vast network of rivers and lakes. In terms of martial arts, Long Fei Yi had a slight edge. Tianshan Kenzo's swordsmanship and whip skills were not to be underestimated. In terms of aura, Long Fei Yi had the edge. Long Fei Yi's aura was inviolable since birth. It was the natural domineering air of a monarch, and the undeniable blood of the East Qin imperial clan coursing through his veins. Even if Ning Qing didn't know this, he couldn't ignore the fear in his heart as he faced Long Fei Yi. Han Yunxi watched as well, but didn't make any comparisons. She would never compare Long Fei Yi to any other man, because she didn't need to. This fellow had all sorts of good and bad points in her heart, but she recognized them all. Because she knew his faults, she still loved him. Did that count as true love? Or was there no hope for her? Suddenly, Ning Qing set down his wine cup. By now, everyone had recovered their wits, because the hostages were about to be switched. Almost at the same time, Long Feiyi placed his other hand on Gu Beiyue's shoulder, while Ning Qing placed his other hand on Chu Tiannin's. Neither of them let go of their other hands, because they were still holding onto their own hostages. Although the two of them didn't seem to be moving, they had long begun competing. Han Yunshi couldn't tell, but she could guess. She picked up the restless little thing and gently soothed it as she waited. But Long Feiyi didn't make them wait for long. Soon enough, the unconscious Gu Beiyue leaned towards Long Feiyi, while Chu Tiannin remained in Long Feiyi's hands, unable to move. Outsiders might not be able to tell, but Chu Yuni and General Chu were martial arts experts. Long Feiyi and Ning Qing were competing in internal energy. During the entire process, Gu Beiyue remained unconscious and didn't help Long Feiyi at all. Chu Tiannin, on the other hand, had been cooperating with Ning Qing the entire time. Unfortunately, in the end, neither Chu Tiannin nor Ning Qing were a match for Long Feiyi. Just how deep was this man's internal energy? It was enough to make one wonder if he'd already surpassed his master, the old man from Kenzo. Gu Beiyue was already leaning against Long Feiyi's shoulder. Although Ning Qing hadn't let go of him yet, the outcome was already decided, so it didn't matter much. Meanwhile, Long Feiyi's hand was still firmly pressed against Chu Tiannin's shoulder as he fought against Ning Qing. Ning Qing released Gu Beiyue and shrugged his shoulders before backing away. Long Feiyi's lips quirked up in disdain as he pushed Chu Tiannin out of the ring. Han Yunshi hurried forward to help Gu Beiyue, but Long Feiyi tossed Gu Beiyue to Tang Li instead. The impatient Han Yunshi knew what was going on and didn't say a word. Lil Thing immediately jumped onto Tang Li's shoulder and stared at its gentleman while wiping away its tears. The blood on its claws stained its eyes, making for a comical and pitiful sight. Han Yunshi immediately took Gu Beiyue's pulse, only to discover that Gu Beiyue's pulse was very weak. It seemed like he'd been seriously ill and hadn't recovered yet. Just like the last time, it was impossible to tell the exact illness, only that his body was very weak. Han Yunshi wasn't sure if Gu Beiyue's pulse was strange, or if her medical skills were limited and she couldn't pinpoint the crux of the problem. After Chu Tiannin was pushed away, Chu Yuni and General Chu immediately arranged for him to leave so they could find a doctor to treat his hand. He glanced back at Ning Qing as if wanting to say something, but in the end he said nothing and left first. Now that she'd gotten the man, it was time to leave. Han Yunshi hurried back to Medical City to write a letter to Third Elder Shin, telling him to hurry over and examine Gu Beiyue in detail so he could nurse his body back to health. Doctors didn't treat themselves, so Gu Beiyue's body was beyond her ability to treat. Long Feiyi didn't want to linger either and turned to leave, but Ning Qing called him back. Duke of Qin, it's rare for us to meet. It won't be too late to drink a cup before you leave. Not interested, Long Feiyi said. Could it be that you're afraid of getting drunk? I forgot that the Duke of Qin only drinks tea. Someone come, bring some tea, Ning Qing laughed. If Long Feiyi still refused to drink after being provoked like this, those who didn't know better would think he was afraid. Ning Qing loved wine and had a bottomless capacity for it. Long Feiyi knew this. He turned back and openly sat down across from Ning Qing. Before he could speak, Ning Qing was overjoyed and laughed. Someone come, bring out the dishes. Today, your lordship and the Duke of Qin won't leave until we're drunk. Soon enough, a group of servant girls brought in food and wine to fill the stone table. This was a premeditated Hongmen banquet. Han Yunshi glanced at the wine on the table, her lips curling into a contemptuous smile. Since Long Feiyi had sat down, she'd accompany him to the end. There was no point in her being anxious. Without Long Feiyi's protection, it was impossible for her and Tang Li to take Gu Beiyue out of Fenglin Prefecture. She decisively let Tang Li help Gu Beiyue to sit under a tree. Although her medical skills weren't great, she could at least perform acupuncture on Gu Beiyue to help him recover and feel more comfortable. Tang Li was about to help Gu Beiyue sit down when Han Yunshi suddenly stopped him. Take off your clothes. Cough. Tang Li narrowly avoided choking himself as he looked at Han Yunshi in disbelief. Even the tips of his ears were burning. You. My brother, his brother, what are you stammering for? Take off your clothes and lay them on the ground for Dr. Gu to sit. He can't take it in such cold weather. Han Yunshi was very serious. Tang Li exhaled in relief, and was about to roll his eyes when he saw Gu Beiyue's pale face. His heart softened and he nimbly took off his fox fur robes and laid them on the ground. Lil Thing watched on anxiously from the side, wishing it could grow bigger so the gentleman could lie comfortably on its fur. As soon as Gu Beiyue sat down, Han Yunshi took out a life-saving pill and had him take it. Lil Thing wanted to tell Mama Yunshi that the gentleman's shoulder was injured, but it didn't dare to touch the wound. It didn't know how to tell her. After all, the gentleman was dressed in clean white robes and had no visible wounds. But its nose wouldn't make a mistake. It kept tugging at the hem of Mama Yunshi's robes anxiously. Han Yunshi was currently sitting behind Gu Beiyue as she carefully applied the needles. She noticed Lil Thing as well and assumed it was just worried about Gu Beiyue. While Han Yunshi was applying the needles, Long Fei Yi had already started drinking with Ning Qing in the pavilion. The two of them were practically having a drinking contest as they gulped down a cup in quick succession. Han Yunshi only glanced in that direction, most of her attention still on Gu Beiyue's side. But after she finished applying all the needles, she carefully looked towards the pavilion and raised her hand silently. Others might not know what she wanted to do, but Tang Li could tell at a glance. This woman was going to use the pear blossom teardrop rain. After all, they couldn't use force unless absolutely necessary in this situation. If they could, His Highness Duke of Qin would have ended the fight long ago instead of wasting time with Ning Qing. This woman wasn't an impulsive or hot-headed person, so what was she planning to do? Han Yunshi adjusted her aim while Tang Li knitted his brows. Once she was done, Tang Li, an expert in hidden weapons, glanced at her and knew who she was aiming at. But Tang Li's entire body felt unwell at the sight. Alarmed, he cried out, "Sister-in-law, what are you planning to do?" Han Yunshi ignored Tang Li and activated the pear blossom teardrop rain to shoot out a needle. Why did Han Yunshi shoot out a needle? Who was this needle aimed at? Chapter 609. It wasn't aimed at anyone else but Long Fei Yi. That was why Tang Li was so shocked that he felt unwell. The pear blossom teardrop rain was a powerful weapon, but it couldn't escape the senses of an expert. Long Fei Yi and Ning Qing both sensed the weapon approaching. Because the weapon had come from Han Yunshi and Tang Li, Ning Qing was certain that it was aimed at him. Although he didn't move, his eyes flashed with disdain and loathing. He almost thought that Han Yunshi was different from Chu Qingge, but now it seemed that they were just SOSO. What a fool. No, Han Yunshi was even stupider than Chu Qingge. She'd actually used force to stir up trouble in a place like this. And she'd even used a hidden weapon for a sneak attack. If she used it, then so be it. She'd even been discovered as soon as she drew her needle. She's simply a joke. As the needle drew closer, the scorn in Ning Qing's eyes grew more and more intense. She wanted to hurt me with a mere needle? He held his wine cup in one hand as he continued his drinking contest with Long Fei Yi. His other hand rested on the table, preparing to catch the needle and thoroughly humiliate Long Fei Yi. Of all the women he could find, he just had to keep an idiot like her by his side. Ning Qing waited, but as the needle drew closer, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Judging from the strength and direction of the needle, it wasn't aimed at him, but Long Fei. Had Han Yunshi gone mad? She wanted to sneak attack Long Fei Yi? In a flash, Ning Qing completely changed his view of Han Yunshi. Was Han Yunshi even stupider than he thought? Had she missed? Or was she more treacherous than he thought? Was she planning to betray Long Fei Yi? Besides that, Ning Qing couldn't think of any other reason. He couldn't figure out this woman. When it came to assassination weapons, especially those from the Tang clan, Long Fei was far more familiar with them than Ning Qing. As soon as he sensed the needles flying at him from behind, he knew they were aimed at him. Moreover, judging by the strength and speed of the needles, he was certain that they'd come from the pear-blossom teardrop rain hidden in Han Yunxi's sleeve. What was this woman trying to do? To be honest, Long Fei couldn't figure it out. But he didn't hesitate for even a second. He sat there, unmoving. The needle drew closer and sank into Long Fei's back. It wasn't deep, but it didn't fall out of Long Fei's back. Long Fei only needed to circulate his internal energy to force it out, but he didn't. The position of the needle wasn't fatal, but only Han Yunxi knew what kind of poison was on the needle. Long Fei acted as if nothing had happened and continued to drink with Ning Qing. He rarely drank, but it didn't mean that he didn't know how to drink. The wine cup didn't touch his lips. Every time he raised his cup, he poured the entire cup of wine into his mouth and finished it in one gulp. It was undeniable that this man was so handsome even when he drank. He didn't care about the needle on his back. On the contrary, Ning Cheng's mind was on his back. Long Fei coldly narrowed his eyes and placed a row of wine cups on the table. He slowly poured the wine until it was full. Only then did he look at Ning Qing. 10 cups, how about it? These two men had no rules when it came to drinking. They were competing to see how much they could drink. Although Ning Qing was full of doubts, he still agreed. He wouldn't get drunk even if they drank 100 cups, let alone 10. However, Long Fei would definitely get drunk. No matter how good Long Fei's alcohol tolerance was, even if it was better than his, he would still get drunk. This was because all the wine here had a drug added to it called distiller's grains number 7. As long as a single drop was added into a large jar of wine, the alcohol content of the entire jar would be doubled. It had to be known that this wine was strong. An average drinker would get drunk after 1 cup. Even the best drinker wouldn't be able to last more than 10 cups. And now, he and Long Fei had each drunk 15 cups. He had taken the antidote beforehand and was waiting for Long Fei's alcohol to kick in and turn him into a drunken mess. 10 cups. Ning Cheng was a bit incredulous. It seems that Your Highness Duke of Qin has a good tolerance. Long Fei was very straightforward. He didn't wait for Ning Qing to reply, but poured cup after cup into his mouth. If Ning Qing didn't follow, he'd lose. If Ning Qing followed, the first one to get drunk would be the loser. Naturally, Ning Qing wanted to follow, so he didn't waste words and poured himself 10 full cups. Just like Long Fei, he downed cup after cup in one gulp. Their drinking style left Chu Yuni and General Chu speechless. Meanwhile, behind Long Fei, Tang Li was still stroking his chin, trying to figure out what that needle on Long Fei's back was all about. He wasn't worried about Long Fei's tolerance at all. With Long Fei's normal tolerance, even 10 jugs of such strong alcohol wouldn't be a problem, much less a trifling 20 cup. As for Han Yunxi, she'd never seen Long Fei drink before, so she wasn't sure how much he could drink. Still, she wasn't worried about Long Fei. She was carefully changing the needles on Gu Beiyue's back, her eyes hooded and serious. No one dared to disturb her. Very soon, Long Fei and Ning Qing had both downed their 10 cups of wine. Long Fei sat upright with an unchanging expression, cold and noble. He didn't look like someone who'd drunk at all. Ning Qing looked the same as usual, but the victor was still undecided. Still, Ning Qing couldn't understand. Why wasn't Long Fei drunk yet? No matter who drank strong alcohol with distiller's grain number 7, they'd be dead drunk within 20 cups. Long Fei had already downed 25 cups, so why wasn't he affected at all? Why? While Ning Qing was still trying to figure it out, Long Fei poured another round of wine into the cups in front of him. Again there were 10 cups. A complicated look flitted past Ning Qing's eyes. He didn't follow immediately, but the retainer by his side couldn't help but cough lightly. He was reminding Ning Qing that the antidote he'd taken could only block off 25 cups of wine at most. If he drank any more, he'd run out of antidote for distiller's grain number 7. Based on the doubled alcohol content, he could drink 5 more cups at most. Anything more than that and he'd be dead drunk. You're not following? Long Fei raised his eyebrows and asked. Ning Cheng's face was cold and he didn't say anything, but he still began to pour wine. After the cups were full, the two of them began to drink 1 cup after another. However, Ning Cheng suspected the hidden needle on Long Fei's back. At this time, Han Yunxi had already finished a course of acupuncture for Gu Beiyue. She took back all the gold needles and was about to get up. Who knew that Lil Thing would suddenly jump onto Gu Beiyue's leg and tear off a piece of cloth, revealing Gu Beiyue's injured knee. Seeing this, Han Yunxi was shocked. She hurriedly squatted down to examine it. She carefully tore the cloth, and when she saw the wound, she sucked in a breath of cold air. This wound was caused by the Chu clan's arrow. It injured the tendon, which was also commonly known as the tendon. Han Yunxi hurriedly examined the wound in detail. She found that the wound had been there for a long time and the recovery wasn't optimistic. Firstly, it was because the wound was caused by the Chu clan's arrow and it wasn't treated in time. Secondly, it was because the wound hadn't healed before it stopped using medicine. Thirdly, it was related to Gu Beiyue's physical condition. His body's foundation wasn't good and he couldn't withstand such a serious injury. The more Han Yunxi looked, the angrier and more anxious she became. Gu Beiyue's injury couldn't be delayed. Even if the tendon wasn't injured, it couldn't be delayed, let alone now that it was accompanied by a torn tendon. If it was caused by the arrow, it wouldn't cause a tear. She was afraid that the arrow was shot at a tricky angle and hit the tendon. Later, when the sword was pulled out, it inevitably caused a tear. If it wasn't for someone supporting him, Gu Beiyue probably wouldn't be able to stand or walk. In a sense, Gu Beiyue's leg was now crippled. She wasn't sure if it could be cured, but no matter what, she had to fight for time. The sooner the treatment was treated, the more hope there would be, and the fewer side effects there would be. At this time, Lil Thing supported Gu Beiyue's right shoulder and squeaked. Han Yunxi's heart unconsciously thumped. She knew that Lil Thing had found the wound again. She didn't care about the propriety between men and women. She hurriedly took out a small pair of scissors and cut off the cloth on Gu Beiyue's shoulder. Who knew that this wound was even more serious than the one on his calf? This was a wound that went through his shoulder blade. There were wounds on both the front and back of Gu Beiyue's shoulder. Similar to the wound on his calf, the recovery of Gu Beiyue's shoulder blade wasn't very optimistic. With such a penetrating wound, who knew how much blood had been lost? Now that the bleeding had stopped and the wound was showing signs of healing, the scar on the bone was permanent and couldn't be healed. Even if Gu Beiyue's wound healed, it would still hurt from time to time for a long time to come. A wound to the bone would never heal. Besides the Tang clan's assassination weapons, only the driving arrow arts of the Chu clan had such power. The Chu clan, what a Chu clan! Han Yunxi's entire being grew gloomy as a murderous aura emanated from her body. She strode into the pavilion and glared icily at Chu Yuni and General Chu as she spoke to Long Fei. We have to go back immediately. Gu Beiyue's been seriously injured by the Chu clan's arrows. We can't afford to delay. Gu Beiyue wasn't bleeding as much as Gu had last time and needed to stop the bleeding. His shoulder injury was already in such a state, so there was no need to rush the treatment. But Gu Beiyue's calf injury had already been delayed for too long. They couldn't afford to delay any longer. Han Yunxi wasn't even sure if Gu Beiyue could still walk normally. Her only thought was to save him as soon as possible and save as much as possible. After all, even if they left Fenglin Prefecture, she couldn't treat him immediately because she didn't know how. She had to contact Medical City's third elder Shin right away. Judging from Gu Beiyue's injuries and body condition, ordinary doctors wouldn't be able to treat him. Only a medical sage like Shin Jueming had the skills to prescribe a complete treatment plan for Gu Beiyue. All she could do was seize the time to find medicine for Gu Beiyue's calf and prevent it from worsening. Han Yunshi came to urge them, but Long Fei Yi didn't even have a chance to speak before Ning Qing laughed coldly and said, "When men drink, women stand aside." Unfortunately, Han Yunshi didn't even spare him a glance. She completely ignored him. Ning Qing actually felt a little awkward. He was about to speak when Long Fei Yi stood up and said, "Let's stop here for today. We'll fight another day." After he finished speaking, he held Han Yunshi's hand and was about to leave. Ning Qing put down his wine cup and stood up as well. "Duke of Qin, are you a sore loser? If we continue fighting, are you sure this prince will lose?" Long Fei Yi countered with a question. Ning Qing actually replied without hesitation, "I'm sure." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Yunshi suddenly picked up the wine cup on the table and splashed it on Ning Qing's face. In that instant, the entire place fell silent. Everything was still, as if time had stopped. Only the wine on Ning Qing's face dripped down along his well-defined features. Chapter 610. Inside and outside the pavilion, everyone's attention was focused on the two of them. Silence reigned. Ning Qing's face and hair were covered in wine, his expression as splendid as one could imagine. Still, not everyone was looking at him, because many of them were staring at Han Yunshi in disbelief. For example, Chu Yuni and General Chu. Long Fei Yi, on the other hand, was looking at Ning Qing with a mocking smile. Han Yunshi wasn't very tall, so she looked even more petite next to the two men who were around 1.9 meters tall. Still, her aura didn't lose out to any of the men's. At this moment, her icy eyes were filled with anger and disdain. In any case, she was angry. She was already anxious to leave because of Gu Beiyue's injuries, but Ning Qing's words had clearly angered her. At this moment, the stunned Ning Qing moved. He slowly wiped the wine from his face as he narrowed his eyes at Han Yunshi. He didn't say anything, but all the guards in the surroundings, whether out in the open or in the dark, came forward and surrounded the pavilion tightly. There were a total of 3 circles. 1 circle of archers, 1 circle of soldiers, and 1 circle of black-clothed experts. "Han Yunshi, you dare!" Ning Qing's icy voice was filled with towering rage. His knuckles cracked as he clenched them so tightly that they seemed ready to strike at any moment. But Han Yunshi wasn't afraid at all. In fact, she was even angrier than him. "Ning Qing, this cup of wine is for you to wash your face. It's to remind you not to be so shameless. Don't think no one can tell just because you used distiller's grain number 7 to cheat." Ning Qing's anger abated at her words. This woman actually saw through it? Distiller's grain number 7 wasn't poison or medicine, but a rare auxiliary ingredient for wine. Very few people in the world knew about it, so how could a woman like Han Yunshi know? Moreover, she didn't drink the wine, so how could she tell? While Ning Qing was puzzled, Han Yunshi added, "Also, don't think that no one knows that you took the antidote in advance. Do you even know how to write the words obscene and shameless?" "You." Ning Qing fumed. His handsome face couldn't get any darker. "What about me? Am I wrong?" Han Yunshi raised her eyebrows and asked. Ning Qing wanted to answer, but he couldn't. There was indeed distiller's grain number 7 in the wine. Han Yunshi was right. He looked at Han Yunshi, his fists clenched tighter and tighter, but he had nothing to say. He had never been humiliated like this in his entire life, not to mention being scolded and condemned by a woman to his face. Although his expression was cold, his heart was filled with helplessness. Ever since he'd taken control of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and the D-Clan, he'd faced all sorts of situations, but never had he been so helpless before. Han Yunshi didn't want to waste words with a man like him, much less waste her time. Without another word, she turned to leave. At this moment, Chu Yuni spoke up. "Han Yunshi, you're a shameless woman. You say the Duke of Ning cheated, but what about you? Do you think we didn't see that needle of yours just then?" Han Yunshi snorted with laughter. She pulled out the needle from Long Fei Ye's back and tossed it on the table. "I was just helping the Duke of Qin cure his drunkenness. If Ning Cheng hadn't cheated first, why would I need to cure my drunkenness? Also, it's fine if Ning Cheng cheated. Such little tricks are nothing to me or the Duke of Qin. But he had the audacity to say the Duke of Qin was afraid of losing? And he was so sure he'd win? Han Yunxi paused to look at Ning Cheng again, her lips curling into a sneer that was enough to disdain anyone. Does he still have any face left? Ning Cheng wasn't planning to refute Han Yunxi in the first place, but Chu Yunyi's words had earned him another round of scolding. His expression was as foul as it could get. Meanwhile, Chu Yunyi realized that he'd done more harm than good. Resentful, he didn't dare to speak again. Birds of a feather flocked together. Long Fei Yi chuckled without a word. He took Han Yunxi's hand and turned to leave. The 3 guards surrounding them hadn't received Ning Cheng's orders, so they didn't move aside. But when Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi drew closer, they didn't have the guts to stop them. All they could do was back away. Long Fei Yi wouldn't allow anyone to stop him on his path. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when he raised his sword. In a flash, all the guards were on guard. The archers and black-robed assassins raised their swords as if they were facing a formidable foe. But before they could make a move, Ning Cheng roared in irritation, "Get out of the way! All of you, get out of the way for your lordship!" Hearing this, all the guards exhaled in relief. None of them wanted to fight with the Duke of Qin. As soon as the guards moved aside, Tang Li supported Gu Beiwei to join them. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi left without a backward glance. Inside and outside the pavilion, it was still as quiet and tense as ever. Ning Cheng coldly stared at Han Yunxi and the rest as they left. He didn't move a muscle, his thoughts unclear. In any case, his arrogant face was filled with an unapproachable aura. But there was one person very close to Ning Cheng. It was the same person who'd coughed lightly to remind Ning Cheng. His name was Di Shu. He was Ning Cheng's personal retainer. Because he had the skills to help Ning Cheng collect all sorts of fine wines from all over the world, he was favored. His original surname was Wang, but he later changed it to Di to show his loyalty. He was the one who'd told Ning Cheng to use Distiller's Grains No. 7, which he'd also found. "Master, Empress Dowager Chu is still waiting in the woods," Di Shu reminded him in a low voice. That's right, Chu Qinga had come as well. She'd made a lot of trouble with Ning Cheng over the past few days and insisted on coming along. She wanted Ning Cheng to seize the chance to take down Han Yunxi. Although Di Shu had found Distiller's Grains No. 7, it was Chu Qinga's idea. She wanted to take advantage of the Duke of Qin's drunken stupor to teach Han Yunxi a lesson. Ning Cheng was still in a fit of anger when he heard the words Empress Dowager Chu. His temper flared as he viciously kicked Di Shu out of the pavilion. The man tumbled out of the pavilion and flipped a few times before coming to a stop. That wasn't enough for Ning Cheng to vent his anger. He kicked over the table and strode out of the pavilion. Instantly, everyone made way for him, afraid of being caught in the crossfire of his anger. Ning Cheng didn't target anyone, but kept looking in the direction Han Yunxi and the rest had left. Everyone was in disbelief. Was the Duke of Ning really going to let the matter rest after being splashed with wine? That's impossible. By now, her petite figure had turned into a blur, but Ning Cheng continued to stare and stare. Actually, he hadn't planned to do anything to Long Fei Yi in a drinking contest. Even he disdained using such a method to win against Long Fei Yi. He simply wanted to buy some time for Chu Qinga so she could settle accounts with Han Yunxi on her own. That way, he wouldn't have to be bothered every day. Seeing Han Yunxi's retreating form, Ning Cheng felt an impulse to run over and explain things to her. He disdained the idea as his lips curved up into a scornful smile. He wiped his face again and licked the wine off his fingers. After a while, he muttered to himself, Long Fei Yi, hee. You have good eyes. Just wait, your lordship will have a real drinking contest with you one day. Soon enough, Chu Qinga emerged from the woods after receiving the news. She had endured for so long to see Long Fei Yi, all for the sake of Ning Cheng's good news. Who knew that Ning Cheng would let Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi go so easily? Chu Qingge's angry voice reached his ears before she even arrived. Ning Cheng, what's the meaning of this? Was your promise to me just a bunch of nonsense? Ning Cheng withdrew his gaze and resumed his usual arrogance. He ignored Chu Qingge and looked coldly at Chu Yuni and General Chu. Someone come, take these two to the three-way prison. Without your lordship's orders, no one is allowed to visit them. Ning Cheng, what's the meaning of this? Chu Yuni and General Chu were both alarmed, especially Chu Yuni. They'd already surrendered, so what else did Ning Cheng want? Ning Cheng looked at the two men disdainfully. Your lordship doesn't keep useless people in his army. Chu Yuni was blind in one eye, while General Chu was crippled in one arm. One couldn't aim at a target, while the other couldn't shoot an arrow. In Ning Cheng's eyes, they really were useless trash. Someone come. General Chu ordered, and the surrounding archers surrounded them. But Ning Cheng only looked around before smiling coldly. Do you choose to be loyal to your young general, or continue to serve these useless people? Decide for yourself. What about Tianyin? General Chu grew alarmed. What do you want to do with him? Naturally, Ning Cheng wanted to use Chu Yuni and General Chu to keep Chu Tianyin in check. Otherwise, with Chu Tianyin's temper, he'd never listen to his orders. How could the Chu clan troops and archers follow his orders? Hearing Ning Cheng's words, the archers all withdrew. They were smart people and knew that their young general was their only hope. Once the archers were gone, two black-robed experts took Chu Yuni and General Chu into custody. Qingge, where's your big brother? General Chu had no choice but to beg Chu Qingge for help. Unfortunately, she turned a deaf ear to his pleas. Ning Cheng, you can't be like this. You and I are both great Qin's nobility. The Nether and D clans are both subjects of Western Qin. Don't you care about old friendships at all? Can't the Nether and D clans treat each other with sincerity and work together for Western Qin? Chu Yuni asked. Ning Cheng was too lazy to expose Chu Yuni's ambitions, nor did he want to waste words. He simply signaled for the guards to take the two of them away, allowing them to curse until they broke their throat. He remained indifferent. Once they were taken away, Chu Qingge immediately asked Ning Cheng, "Just when are you going to do what you promised me?" Ning Cheng turned to leave in irritation, but Chu Qingge chased after him and ordered, "Ning Cheng, they're definitely still in the city. Hurry and take Chu Tianyin in exchange for Han Yunxi. There's still time, so go right now." Has this woman lost her mind? She was the one who told Ning Cheng how much Long Feiyi valued Han Yunxi. Thus, if she could use Gu Beiwei as a hostage to threaten Han Yunxi, then she could threaten Long Feiyi as well. Now she wanted him to take Chu Tianyin in exchange for Han Yunxi? How could Long Feiyi agree to that? Ning Cheng suddenly realized that he'd been blind in the past to lump Han Yunxi in the same category as this crazy woman. If Han Yunxi knew, would she splash him with wine again? Thinking up to here, Ning Cheng's lips quirked up into a grin. He kept walking forward, treating Chu Qingge like air. Chu Qingge finally lost her temper and grabbed Ning Cheng by the arm. Ning Cheng stopped and turned back to look at his arm, his gaze cold and cruel. Before he even spoke, Chu Qingge was already frightened enough to let go of his arm. She didn't dare to say a word. "Once your lordship defeats the Duke of Qin, I'll naturally fulfill my promise," he said coldly as he strode off. Coldly, he strode away. He wanted to check on Chu Tianyin's condition and have a good chat with him about the Nether clan's surrender. Although they were in Fenglin Prefecture and could attack Yuyuan and Yaoshui prefectures at any time, Ning Cheng had no intention of starting a war. But what about Long Feiyi? By now, they'd just left Fenglin Prefecture's gates. Chapter 611. Long Feiyi's troops were stationed at the northern outskirts of Yaoshui. They could join forces with Western Zhou's forces in Yuyuan at any time to pincer Fenglin Prefecture. Even if they had to face off against Ning Cheng's reinforcements, they still had a chance of victory. The Chu clan's choice must have angered Long Fei Yi. Ning Cheng's performance today had also angered Long Fei Yi. Just how would he deal with the Chu clan and Ning Cheng? What would he do if he fought, and what would he do if he didn't? Everything was in his heart. Even Han Yunshi had no idea. But Han Yunshi had no time to ask questions now. Her attention was focused on Gu Beiyue's injuries. As soon as they left Fenglin Prefecture, Han Yunshi summoned her guard Su Donglin. Immediately send a messenger hawk to Medical City and have them bring Third Elder Shin here. Just say that Dr. Gu's knee joint has been torn and has been delayed for a long time. His injuries are serious. Have him hurry to Yaoshui Prefecture as soon as possible. Once Su Donglin left, Han Yunshi instructed another guard, send a message to Medicine City to find Wang Gong. Tell him that I need the best dragon tendon powder, and have it delivered to Yaoshui Prefecture as soon as possible. Also, send someone to Yaoshui Prefecture first and find all the doctors there to wait in the courtyard. Long Fei Yi didn't speak the entire time. Tang Li stole a glance at him and saw Long Fei Yi's calm demeanor. Then he glanced at the unconscious Gu Beiyue and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. How could things be so coincidental? If they weren't certain before, then both he and Long Fei Yi were now certain that Gu Beiyue was a member of the Shadow Clan. In other words, he was the one who'd been taken away by Chu Yuni at Thousand Buddha Cave that day. The wounds on Gu Beiyue's shoulder and leg were proof. That day Han Yunshi was busy looking for the wood of 10,000 poisons and didn't notice, but he and Long Fei Yi both saw the arrow on the bearded man's shoulder. Although Tang Li had always suspected that Han Yunshi had something to do with the royal family of Western Qin, he didn't dare to think further. That time at the crater, did Gu Beiyue really go there just for the poisonous beast? Was there really no other reason for him to set up shop in Pilfine Pharmacy? Tang Li thought about it and kept looking at Long Fei Yi. He couldn't help but think of Mute Granny. What did Long Fei Yi and Mute Granny talk about in the secret chamber that day? Why did Mute Granny commit suicide? What was it that Long Fei Yi didn't even want to hide it from his cousin? Long Fei Yi was silent and so was Tang Li. Han Yunshi didn't notice anything strange about them. After getting into the carriage, Han Yunshi suddenly thought of Gu and Mu Ling. Mu Ling was definitely in Pilfine Pharmacy. As for Gu, he said he was going to Western Qin, but there was still no news from him. She didn't know if she could get in touch with him. But no matter what, Han Yunshi still wanted to give it a try. She immediately sent someone to get in touch with the two of them. Mu Ling was a genius pharmacist, and Gu was a pill fiend. Perhaps they knew of some miraculous medicine that could heal Gu Beiyue's injuries and save his leg. Fortunately, the carriage was spacious enough for Han Yunshi to let Gu Beiyue lie down in the carriage. But after Gu Beiyue lay down, there were only 2 seats left. Tang Li took the initiative to sit outside with the coachman. The carriage sped along, heading south from Fenglin Prefecture to Yaoshui's residence. If they were fast, it would take a day's journey. In a war-torn land, it wasn't easy to find medicine and doctors. Han Yunshi didn't touch Gu Beiyue's injuries the entire journey. She was the worst at dealing with bones and muscles, so she couldn't touch them. She could only let him lie down for now. Even though Gu Beiyue was in a sorry state, his face was as clean as ever. It was as if he was just sleeping. He was as calm and gentle as usual. The little thing was carefully licking the blood around his wound. From time to time, it would raise its head to look at its young master. There were even a few times when it stopped and sniffed at his nose to see if its young master was still breathing. Lil Thing was afraid that its young master would suddenly stop breathing and never wake up again. Han Yunshi looked at this scene and thought of Gu Beiyue's warm smile. She thought of how well Gu Beiyue had treated her, Lil Thing, and those who came to seek medical help. Her eyes couldn't help but sting. How could such a good person be crippled? It was too cruel. Coldly, she said, Long Fei Yi, I will definitely take revenge for this. I will, Long Fei Yi replied indifferently. Whether it was the Chu clan or Ningqing, whether it was the joint operation of the three armies, or the Chu clan's choice this time, he would settle all the debts together. If his calculations weren't wrong, the Chu clan and Ningqing would be in big trouble in 10 days' time. He didn't plan to send troops to Fenglin Prefecture, nor did he plan to fight with Ningqing for Tianing. However, this didn't mean that this competition was over. As long as he didn't leave the western regions and stayed in Yaoshui, everything wasn't over yet. On the way, the two were silent, each with their own thoughts. Tang Li hesitated outside for a long time. In the end, he opened his mouth and asked, "Big brother, how do you know that sister-in-law's needle wasn't meant to kill you?" Although Tang Li didn't dare think about it, he had to think about it. He had to seriously consider Long Fei Ye's situation. If Han Yunxi really was the descendant of Western Qin's imperial family, then she would be the Tang clan's enemy, East Qin's enemy, and Long Fei Ye's enemy. The current Han Yunxi didn't know any martial arts, but if she wanted to kill Long Fei Yi, she could do so at any time. How could Tang Li not be cautious? In fact, Long Fei Yi had already exposed his weakest back to this woman more than once. If he really died at her hands, then he, Long Fei Yi, would accept it. Long Fei Yi ignored Tang Li and didn't intend to answer. Separated by the curtains, Han Yunxi couldn't see Tang Li's furrowed brows. She answered for Long Fei Yi, "Because your big brother trusts me." As soon as she walked into the pavilion, she knew that Ningqing had added distiller's grain number 7 to his wine. This was an auxiliary ingredient for winemaking, but it was also the most poisonous ingredient. The difference between strong wine and poison was not only in the quantity, but also in the other ingredient. At first, she didn't pay much attention to it. She only thought that Ningqing was a good drinker. Later, when Ningqing asked Long Fei Yi to drink, she knew what Ningqing was planning. For her, to neutralize distiller's grain number 7, she didn't even need an antidote. All she needed was a needle. When she shot that needle, she really wasn't worried about whether Long Fei Yi would dodge, although she knew that he had the ability to detect and dodge. He trusted her, he. Then if my big brother points his sword at you one day, will you trust him? Tang Li asked. At these words, Long Fei Yi immediately looked up. Although they were separated by the curtains, his dark pupils were frighteningly deep. His gaze seemed capable of piercing through the curtains to stare straight at Tang Li. Han Yunxi didn't answer, but said, "He wouldn't lie to me." Last time on their way back from Pilfine Pharmacy to Tianing's capital, Long Fei Yi had asked her the same question. Did she trust him? If she said yes, she would. But if he lied to her once, she'd fall for it 100 times. After being lied to 100 times, would she believe him again? Of course not. Thus, as long as he lied to her once, she'd never believe him. A complicated look flitted past Long Fei Ye's eyes before his gaze rested on Gu Beiyue again. Still, he didn't speak. Tang Li hadn't asked enough questions before he spoke up again. "Sister-in-law," then if, before he could finish his question, Long Fei Yi cut him off coldly. His voice was as cold as ice, so cold that even Han Yunxi felt the chill. Meddlesome. Han Yunxi knew that this fellow didn't like discussing such topics. He didn't even like talking to her, much less Tang Li. Tang Li, however, understood the warning in Long Fei Ye's voice. He quickly joked, "Sister-in-law, I don't know if you trust my big brother, but he definitely trusts you. Otherwise, how could he not mind if you're so anxious about Gu Beiyue?" Mind? Gu Beiyue was already injured to this extent. Why would he mind? Wasn't it also because of them that Gu Beiyue was taken hostage out of the blue? If Long Fei Yi was jealous over this matter, Han Yunxi would definitely reward him with the word unreasonable. Long Fei Yi really wasn't jealous this time. Other than Han Yunxi's background, there was probably nothing else that could stop him from being jealous. Thus, neither Han Yunxi nor Long Fei Yi paid any attention to Tang Li's joke and pretended not to hear it. Tang Li waited outside for a long time, but there was no response from inside. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. The more he waited, the more flustered he felt. He was worried that he had asked too many questions just now and angered Long Fei. One had to know that during this period of time, he didn't deliberately avoid it. He had basically exposed his identity, and the news would soon spread to the Tang sect. His father and Aunt Ru would definitely come looking for him. When that time came, Long Fei would still have to protect him. Since there was no response from inside, Tang Li was afraid that he would make more mistakes if he said too much, so he could only shut up. However, he still wanted to find an opportunity to have a good talk with Long Fei in private. He was certain that Long Fei had to know some things. After they quieted down, Han Yunxi gently leaned on Long Fei's shoulder. Now that she was close, she could smell the alcohol on his body. Although she had given him an injection, that injection only dissolved distiller's grain number 7. It didn't completely remove the alcohol. Long Fei drank a lot of alcohol, but he was very sober and didn't reek of alcohol. Han Yunxi, who had always hated the smell of alcohol, didn't dislike the smell on his body. She even deliberately sniffed it. I didn't know that you could hold your liquor so well. Drinking tea was a habit of being alone, while drinking wine was a mood of two people. Drinking tea was a meditation of the heart, while drinking wine was a wanton indulgence. Long Fei didn't have the time to drink by himself or raise a cup to drown his sorrows. Strictly speaking, he had only drunk to his heart's content with Medicine City's Elder Wang and his master from Celestial Mountain. As for the last time with Gu, it didn't even count as drinking. Long Fei replied to Han Yunxi, "Without this prince present, you're not allowed to touch wine." A few years ago, at Princess Chongping's Yellow Flower Banquet, Han Yunxi had been forced to compete in drinking with men. She had almost fallen into Princess Chongping and Murong Wanru's trap. At the time, he had also been paying attention to her every move, but he hadn't taken her seriously and had only watched coldly from the sidelines. Now that he thought about it, he was actually afraid. Han Yunxi casually replied, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in wine." As they traveled south, Han Yunxi fell asleep in Long Fei's arms at night. Only now did Long Fei reach out a hand towards Gu Beiyue. Seeing this, Lil Thing was on guard. When it saw that Mama Yunxi had fallen asleep, it immediately bared its fangs at Long Fei in warning. Papa Long didn't like the gentleman, it could feel it. Long Fei ignored Lil Thing and kept reaching out. Lil Thing grew anxious and was about to wake Mama Yunxi up when Papa Long took the gentleman's hand and took his pulse. Lil Thing immediately understood what was going on and obediently nestled by the gentleman's side. Papa Long was a martial arts practitioner, so he could tell from his pulse that the gentleman's martial arts had been crippled and that his dantian was clotted with blood. Yes, Long Fei knew that Gu Beiyue's martial arts had been crippled as soon as he took his pulse. It was this pulse that allowed Long Fei to confirm Gu Beiyue's identity once more. He silently withdrew his hand, but it was then that Gu Beiyue slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 6:12. Gu Beiyue slowly opened his eyes. It didn't seem like he'd just woken up, but more like he was faking it. His eyes were very clear and awake. When he saw Long Fei looking down at him, he wasn't surprised or flustered. It was as if he'd opened his eyes on purpose to look at Long Fei. Long Fei was as expressionless as ever, but his icy gaze took on a meaningful glint. He only looked at her without a word. Lil Thing on the side was stunned. Only now did it realize that the gentleman was faking it. Was it because it was worried? It hadn't realized. Lil Thing didn't care so much. It was fine as long as the gentleman woke up. It was so happy that it wanted to wake Mama Yunxi up, but a single glance from the gentleman stopped it from moving. Perhaps it was because it had been with the gentleman for too long, or perhaps it liked him too much, but Lil Thing could always accurately sense the gentleman's intentions, even if it was just a glance. In Lil Thing's eyes, no one else in this world treated Mama Yunxi better than the gentleman. Even it couldn't compare to him. As for Papa Long on the side, it still needed to observe. The gentleman must have his reasons for hiding things from Mama Yunshi, so it trusted the gentleman. Lil Thing silently returned to the gentleman's side and buried its head in his warm palm. It wanted to express its surprise, but it ended up wetting the gentleman's hand instead. Gu Beiyue could feel the warmth and moisture in his palm. He gave a pitying smile and gently cupped Lil Thing in his arms. Lil Thing snuggled against him, perfectly content. Long Feiyi glanced at him, his lips curling up in disdain. He still owed Lil Thing a hug, but he'd probably long forgotten about it. He seemed to have long seen through Gu Beiyue's act, but didn't ask anything. He didn't show his emotions, but silently withdrew his hand and averted his gaze. Gu Beiyue wasn't surprised by this, but closed his eyes again. Han Yunshi fell asleep. The two men were silent with tacit understanding. There were some things that couldn't be said in front of Han Yunshi. Long Feiyi thought so, and so did Gu Beiyue. This was their tacit understanding, the only tacit understanding between them. Back at the Thousand Buddha Cavern, even though Long Feiyi's group was dressed in black, Gu Beiyue was able to guess that it was them. He also recognized the Long Feiyi's golden whip. At that time, although Long Feiyi was busy fighting, he paid a lot of attention to him. Now that he had fallen into Chang Feiyi's hands and the injuries on his shoulders and legs had been discovered, he knew that there was no way he could escape this time. After a sleepless night filled with the sounds of carriages, they finally arrived at Long Fei's estate in Yaoshui Prefecture around noon the next day. Su Donglin had already come over in advance to make arrangements. At this time, doctors were gathered in the courtyard. Han Yunshi immediately organized a consultation with the doctors. Some of the doctors' opinions were laughable and childish to Gu Beiyue. One had to know that he was well aware of his own condition. If even he couldn't cure himself, how could others? He didn't have any intention of mocking the doctors, but he felt helpless in his heart. He calmly fainted and allowed the doctors to examine him. He didn't have the irritable temper of a normal patient. After a fierce round of questioning and debate, the consultation didn't reach a conclusion. The doctors only agreed on 2 points. The first was that Gu Beiyue's leg injury wouldn't heal unless there was a miracle. They could only do their best to prevent it from worsening. The second point was that Gu Beiyue's body was too weak and couldn't use overly strong medicines. They could only use mild medicines to slowly recover. Han Yunshi saw these 2 points as nonsense. In a fit of anger, she sent all the doctors away. The only thing they could do now was wait for Medicine City's dragon tendon powder. That thing was a good medicine to treat muscles and bones. At the very least, it could prevent the injury from worsening until Third Elder Shin arrived. Fortunately, Medicine City delivered the dragon tendon powder that afternoon. This thing was controlled by the Council of Elders and wasn't for sale. If it weren't for Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi, they wouldn't have been able to obtain it so quickly. The dragon tendon powder was tied to the leg of a messenger eagle. It was only a small packet, but it was enough for Gu Beiyue to use for a long time. Han Yunshi immediately went to prepare the medicine herself after receiving it. As soon as she left the room, Long Feiyi, who had been brewing tea at the tea table, stood up and walked over. He stood beside the bed with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "You can wake up now." Gu Beiyue immediately woke up. He opened his eyes and smiled faintly. There was no wariness, no hostility, no surprise, and no panic. The calmness in his eyes was one that could never be disturbed. Only when he was facing the woman he wanted to protect, and when he was facing himself, would he show the 7 emotions and 6 desires: love, hate, infatuation, and craziness. Such a gentle smile made Lil Thing intoxicated. A trace of admiration flitted across Long Feiyi's eyes. Gu Beiyue was so calm and open-minded. Although he was weak, he was still a man. Coldly, he said, "You should know very well that your legs are crippled." "Yes," Gu Beiyue replied very calmly. "My shadow technique is also crippled." Before Long Fei could question him, he admitted his identity with these 4 words. Long Fei didn't find it strange that he admitted something with such irrefutable evidence. Coldly, he asked again, "Was it you at the Heaven's Pit? The person who saved Han Yunxi from Jun Yixie's hands was also you?" Long Fei needed a definite answer, but when Gu Beiyue answered, "Yes," Long Fei finally lost his calm. He coldly asked, "Why? Why did he get close to Han Yunxi in the Heaven's Pit? Why did he protect Han Yunxi?" After entering the Heaven's Pit's secret room, Gu Beiyue had clearly disappeared. How did he know that Jun Yixie had kidnapped Han Yunxi? Why did he risk his life to save Han Yunxi? If Gu Beiyue wasn't the Shadow Clan's white-clothed young master, Long Fei would have believed that he only approached Han Yunxi for the poison beast. However, if Gu Beiyue and the Shadow Clan's white-clothed young master were the same person, then all of Gu Beiyue's previous actions were suspicious. Long before going to the Heaven's Pit, he had approached Han Yunxi with a motive. Later, when he set up shop at Pillfiend Pharmacy, he had even more ulterior motives. What did Gu Beiyue know? Was Gu Beiyue protecting something? What did Gu Beiyue have to do with the Nether and D clans? Did the Nether and D clans know anything? What did Gu Beiyue want to do? He had known Han Yunxi for so long, but he didn't seem to have done anything. Long Fei considered many things. Calm and rational, he didn't act rashly and alert the enemy. After all, no one in this world knew about Mute Granny. Even Gu didn't know what Mute Granny had told him. He furrowed his brows and waited for Gu Beiyue's answer. Because Gu Beiyue was about to answer when the door was suddenly pushed open. He had no choice but to swallow back the words he was about to say. The person who came in was naturally Han Yunxi. When she saw Long Fei standing by the bed, she quickly understood. "Dr. Gu is awake?" She rushed over and saw that Gu Beiyue was indeed awake. He was smiling faintly, as if he had just woken up and nothing had happened. He had originally planned to explain everything to Long Fei before waking up, but now he had no choice but to face this woman first. Gu Beiyue was neither humble nor humble. "Esteemed Wang Fei, I can't get off the bed to greet you. My apologies." "What are you talking about?" Han Yunxi was so anxious that she didn't even ask how Gu Beiyue had been kidnapped. She hurriedly asked, "Your leg injury can still be treated, right? What medicine do you need? I'll send someone to find it immediately." "This is dragon tendon powder. I've already prepared it. Should I apply it normally, or do I need to do some special treatment? Hot compress? Or do you need acupuncture?" Many thanks for esteemed Wang Fei's concern. Gu Beiyue was injured to this extent, but he was still very polite. "This one can apply the medicine himself." Han Yunxi had already told Gu Beiyue more than once that he didn't need to be so polite. Every time, Gu Beiyue would nod his head and say ha, but he would continue to be respectful and courteous the next time. Han Yunxi was already too lazy to argue with him about this, so she let him be. "Your shoulder is still injured, how are you going to apply medicine? If you pull on the wound, how many days will it take for your body to heal?" Han Yunxi frowned and seriously asked. She didn't give Gu Beiyue a chance to refute. She sat by the bed and directly ordered, "Don't move." She carefully began to treat the wound. There was nothing more urgent than applying medicine. A trace of helplessness flashed past Gu Beiyue's eyes, but he didn't refuse. Although the wound on his shoulder was penetrated, the inside was basically healed. Only the wound on the front and back was not easy to heal. Just now, a doctor had already treated it and removed the residue of the medicine. It was very simple to use new medicine. As for the wound on his leg, there were also a lot of residue of the medicine. However, it wasn't easy to remove it. This was because the injury was very serious and the wound was very deep. If one wasn't careful, it would hurt Gu Beiyue. This kind of pain was unbearable for ordinary people. Han Yunxi was afraid that Gu Beiyue would be in pain. She was a person who would protect and be biased. As a doctor, she was very clear that there was no wound that didn't hurt. Even if the wound was anesthetized, it would still hurt after the anesthesia. She was also not a good-tempered doctor. She often reprimanded patients who yelled and didn't cooperate because they were afraid of pain. However, when facing some people, she was especially afraid that they would feel pain. Of course, the pain was a small matter. Pulling on the wound was a big matter. The room was silent. Han Yunxi's gaze was focused on Gu Beiyue's wound. She was serious, professional, and strict. Her delicate brows were tightly knitted. She was so serious that no one dared to disturb her. However, Gu Beiyue couldn't help but want to reach out and gently smooth her brows. He wanted to tell her, "It's okay. If you're injured, then so be it. As long as you're alive, I can still protect you." He liked this serious look of hers the most. However, he hated it the most when she looked at his wound like this. No matter how much he disliked it, no matter how much he couldn't hold it in, he had to endure it. Suddenly, a large hand reached out and interrupted Gu Beiyue's thoughts. It was Long Feiyi. He was standing at the side. His large hand brushed away Han Yunxi's furrowed brows. He wasn't gentle at all and seemed to be a little unhappy. "Rest. I'll do it," he said coldly. It was already considered an improvement that the big vinegar jar had been knocked over at this time. How could he allow Han Yunxi to apply medicine on another man under his nose? Moreover, this man was Gu Beiyue. Han Yunxi's hand stiffened slightly. She said calmly, "This wound is very deep." In other words, she meant that Long Feiyi wouldn't be able to treat this wound. However, Long Feiyi insisted. "I've treated wounds even deeper than this. Let me do it." He was domineering. He directly snatched the medicine from Han Yunxi's hand. Han Yunxi knew him too well. Furthermore, she had learned from Gu's mistake. She knew that if she didn't give in, they would probably argue. With Gu Beiyue's usual humility, he should have given in when he saw Long Feiyi's attitude. However, this time, he remained silent and waited. Would Han Yunxi give in? Chapter 6:13. Would Han Yunxi yield? Long Feiyi and Gu Beiyue both looked at Han Yunxi, one keeping silent while the other didn't urge her. Han Yunxi's eyes drooped as her gaze rested on Gu Beiyue's wound. When she was practicing medicine, she hated nothing more than being interrupted. But Long Feiyi had always been an exception. She didn't hesitate for long. No matter what the reason was, she couldn't delay Gu Beiyue's treatment. She quickly replied to Long Feiyi, "The wound is very deep. It's different from the ones you've seen before, so you can't treat it. Have Su Donglin hurry and find a doctor to take care of it. I've been tired these past few days and can't concentrate." This counted as both insisting and yielding. It was half and half. Gu Beiyue's eyes flashed with amusement. He knew that with Han Yunxi's skills, the wound would be treated by the time Su Donglin found a doctor. In truth, she was insisting. This woman was always so smart. As expected, she wouldn't disappoint him. As a doctor, even if she was a poison doctor, she still had basic principles. There was no reason to delay a patient's treatment, unless she didn't want to save him from the start. Gu Beiyue couldn't help but recall the first time he'd met Han Yunxi. She'd been so resolute, decisive, and outspoken at General Mu's estate. She didn't want to save him, nor did she need a reason to save him. Even now, she did things her own way. She didn't need to explain herself to anyone except Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi was her only exception. Wasn't this what he'd been hoping for? In all of Cloud Realm Continent, only Long Feiyi could truly protect this woman. If there came a day when she couldn't keep her status, only Long Feiyi could fight against the ambitious wolves of the 7 noble families. He had always been rational and never indulged in his own emotions, but this time, seeing Long Feiyi frown for her made him feel bad. He actually felt reluctant to part with her. Was it because his body was too weak this time, and so was his heart? Abruptly, Long Fei pulled Han Yunxi aside without a word and took over her spot. Han Yunxi suddenly frowned. She was clearly angry. Gu Beiyue came back to his senses in an instant. He was both shocked and anxious. Just as he was about to open his mouth to persuade her, Long Feiyi nimbly picked up the medicine to clean the wound. His movements were completely unprofessional, but his speed was much faster than Han Yunxi's. In just a few moments, he had cleaned Gu Beiyue's wound of the old medicine residue. However, there was a price to pay, and the price was pain. Gu Beiyue, who had been tormented by countless injuries and illnesses, was in so much pain that he closed his eyes. Blue veins appeared on his forehead. One could imagine how painful it was. But Han Yunxi didn't make a sound, nor did she stop him. She only watched in shock from the side. That was because Long Feiyi's simple and crude movements hadn't affected the wound at all. Long Feiyi hadn't lied. He'd treated even deeper and more serious wounds before. He had treated himself before. He had endured injuries that were even more painful than this. As long as he didn't die from the pain, he was fine. After cleaning the wound, Long Feiyi began to apply medicine. His movements were just as simple and crude, just as fast. His movements were just as unprofessional, but the dragon tendon powder quickly spread deep into the wound. Gu Beiyue was in so much pain that his hands clenched into fists. Blue veins popped out on the backs of his hands. Lil Thing squeaked at the sight, but Long Feiyi found it too noisy. He brushed it aside and had Lil Thing roll into the bed. Han Yunxi still didn't understand how Long Feiyi had applied the medicine before he began to bandage the wound. It didn't look good at all, but it was firm and wouldn't loosen. The medicine wouldn't leak out either. Seeing this, Han Yunxi had nothing to be angry about. She asked incredulously, Long Feiyi, who've you helped bandage before? If he could train someone to this level, he had to have bandaged their wounds multiple times. Had anyone by his side ever been so seriously injured? And multiple times at that? It was impossible that he'd hurt his own shadow guards. This lofty fellow couldn't possibly treat their wounds personally. Tangli? Chu Shifeng? You don't know him, Long Feiyi replied offhandedly before heading out the door. Han Yunxi was certain that Gu Beiyue was only in pain and was fine. She quickly chased after him and didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw the scene outside. Long Feiyi was outside washing his hands very carefully. He didn't even treat Gu Beiyue so seriously. He had mysophobia. I don't know him? Is he from the Tang clan? Han Yunxi pressed on. She knew all of Long Fei's subordinates, but hadn't interacted much with the Tang clan. No, he's dead, Long Fei replied coldly, a little impatient. Then how did he get hurt? Han Yunxi was more curious about this. After all, it wasn't easy to injure someone so severely. Besides the Chu clan's arrows and Tang clan's assassination weapons, what other weapons could injure someone so severely? How did he get hurt? Of course he'd hurt himself. He'd hurt himself plenty of times when he'd been practicing his whip skills. His whip was no less powerful than the Chu clan's arrows and Tang clan's assassination weapons. Whip after whip had landed on his own legs. It was common for his skin to split open and his flesh to be torn open. Naturally, he'd hurt his tendons and bones. He'd treated all of his wounds himself. Mu Fei only gave him medicine and never helped him treat his wounds, much less find a doctor for him. If anyone else had asked, Long Feiyi would have pretended he hadn't heard and walked away. But he couldn't avoid Han Yunxi at all, because this woman dared to chase after him. In the end, he said, Tangli was the one who hurt me. You should ask him. Han Yunxi was doubtful. Didn't this guy just say he didn't know him? Could it be that things are complicated? Fine, I'll ask Tangli later. Tangli was currently catching up on sleep. She didn't know if he'd have nightmares. When she returned to the room, Gu Beiyue's pain had subsided. He sat up to examine his wounds. Like Han Yunxi, he was full of questions, but he wouldn't ask. And even if he did, Long Feiyi would only pretend he hadn't heard. Many thanks, Your Highness Duke of Qin. He bowed with both hands. It wasn't an act, but a sincere thanks to Long Feiyi. Long Fei Yi accepted his thanks graciously. After applying the dragon tendon powder, Han Yunxi felt much more at ease. Now, she just had to wait for Elder Shen and Elder Zhang to arrive, as well as news from Gu and Mu Ling. Han Yunxi sat down and asked seriously, "Dr. Gu, can the wound on your leg heal completely? Will it affect your normal movements?" Gu Beiwei was silent. Han Yunxi didn't pursue the matter, but her heart clenched. She was afraid of receiving a negative answer. After a while, Gu Beiwei smiled helplessly. "I can't treat it myself. What about the others? What about Elder Shen?" "Elder Shen is already on his way," Han Yunxi asked anxiously. "I hope so," Gu Beiwei said lightly. Actually, his answer was only to give Han Yunxi hope. He wasn't lying. He just didn't finish his sentence. He couldn't treat it, so no one could, not even the dean of the medical college. Han Yunxi thought that if he had hope, then there must be hope. Even if Shen Jueming couldn't treat it, the medical college still had doctors who were better than him. Even if Gu and Mu Ling couldn't find a good medicine, there was still the king of medicine. She could ask the king of medicine. "Elder Shen is already on his way. He'll definitely arrive in 10 days at the latest. Gu and Mu Ling will also help you find medicine. Just tell us what medicine you need. As long as it's available, we'll definitely find it," Han Yunxi said seriously. Gu Beiwei smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Princess Consort." Han Yunxi ignored his politeness and asked again, "How did you fall into the hands of the Chu clan? What happened? Why were they so ruthless?" As soon as Han Yunxi said this, Gu Beiwei knew what was going on. This stupid woman didn't suspect anything about the Thousand Buddha Cave. It was no wonder that she didn't notice that he was watching her when she was focused on the 1,000-year ginkgo tree. How should he answer her? Long Fei Yi stood to the side with his eyes lowered. He was also waiting for an answer. Gu Beiwei didn't think for long before he said, "I was originally going to visit an old friend in Medical City, but was suddenly attacked on the road. I assumed it was a group of bandits and wanted to pay them some silver to settle the matter. Who knew that they would shoot before I even got off the carriage? I was unconscious at that time. I don't know what happened, but when I woke up, I saw the Chu clan. They gave me some medicine and then handed me over to Ningqing," he said, then asked, "What's going on? Did the Chu clan betray Western Zhou? Why did Great General Ning?" Long Fei's lips quirked up into a cold smile. Gu Beiwei looked gentle and harmless, but he was actually a shrewd person. When he spoke of lies, it was so natural. He even asked Han Yunxi questions to dispel Han Yunxi's suspicions. Han Yunxi explained the situation concisely, causing Gu Beiwei to sigh. "Then this one doesn't understand. The Chu clan could have just exchanged me for Chu Tianyin. Why did they have to hand me over to Ningqing?" Gu Beiwei couldn't figure it out. That day, Ningqing's subordinates had taken him away and locked him up. It wasn't until yesterday that he saw Ningqing again during the hostage exchange. Han Yunxi wanted to ask more questions, but Gu Beiwei asked her instead. "I reckon the Chu and Ning clans hadn't fallen out with each other yet when Chu Yuni handed you over to Ningqing." As she spoke, she smiled coldly. It can only be said that Chu Yuni overestimated himself. Ningqing is the true master of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, so he must have long wanted to swallow up the Chu clan troop. Han Yunxi didn't explain the Nether and D clans to Gu Beiwei on purpose. After all, he was only a doctor and didn't need to know so much. But Han Yunxi had no idea that the words, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, had stirred up huge waves in Gu Beiwei's heart. Gu Beiwei had been trying to find out the whereabouts of the 7 noble families and keep an eye on their movements. The D clan was one of the few he kept an eye on. Naturally, he'd suspected Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, but the surname of the head of the consortium made him hesitate. Moreover, the upper echelons of the consortium were mysterious and difficult to investigate, so he could only keep an eye on them. "Esteemed Wang Fei, isn't Cloud Realm Trade Consortium one of the Ouyang clan's businesses?" he asked. The Ouyang clan is nothing more than a cover. Ouyang Ning Nua and Ouyang Ning Jing are both surnamed Ning. Ning Cheng, Ning Nua, Ning Anjing, and Ning Anjing. Before Han Yunshi could finish, Gu Beiyue understood. Promise, quiet, his heart gave a start. What a Chuyuni! So he knew the whereabouts of the D clan long ago, but kept it from me. The D clan's Ning family had hidden their identities to amass such wealth and military strength. What were they planning to do? Chapter 6:14. The only thing Gu Beiyue was certain of was that Chuyuni hadn't told Ning Qing about his identity. Otherwise, Ning Qing wouldn't have ignored him like this, much less let him go so easily. In the past, the D clan's Ning clan was even more loyal to Western Qin than the Shadow clan. The D clan's Ning clan had never involved themselves in politics, but only in business. But what about the current Ning clan? Ning Qing had hidden himself in Tianning as a general and controlled a third of the country's troops. He also led Tianning's cavalry regiments and colluded with Chu Qingge to threaten the emperor. What was he up to? Was the D clan's Ning clan still the D clan of the past? Gu Beiyue's eyes flickered between light and darkness as his emotions grew complicated. Dr. Gu, what's wrong? Han Yunshi could tell that something was amiss. Nothing, just an accident. I didn't expect so many things to change in the West in just a month. Gu Beiyue seemed to be speaking casually, but he was actually probing Han Yunshi to understand the current situation in the West. After all, the situation had changed drastically, and he'd been locked up for so long that he didn't know a thing. Under these circumstances, it was inevitable that he'd lose confidence in facing off against Long Fei Yi. Unfortunately, Han Yunshi didn't say much beyond a soft sigh. Don't worry about anything else. It's more important that you recover from your injuries. You need to take good care of your body. Speak, do you want to prescribe your own medicine, or should I find someone else? Gu Beiyue smiled. I'll prescribe it myself. He then listed a few ingredients for Han Yunshi to memorize. Han Yunshi noted them down one by one before she went to find the ingredient. She hadn't been idle since arriving at this courtyard. Long Fei Yi saw all of this and endured it in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to lock this woman up in her room forever, but he understood that Han Yunshi was a woman who couldn't be trapped. After confirming that Han Yunshi had left, Long Fei Yi immediately returned to Gu Beiyue's room, where Gu Beiyue was waiting for him. Why? Long Fei Yi immediately continued with his previous question. If he hadn't been interrupted by Han Yunshi, Gu Beiyue would have already answered. Many questions can be summed up in one sentence. Why did you deliberately approach Han Yunshi? Gu Beiyue was actually waiting for Han Yunshi to leave so that he could have a good chat with Long Fei Yi. Even if his identity as a Shadow Clan member was exposed, he could still remain calm in front of Long Fei Yi. Looking straight into Long Fei Yi's cold eyes, Gu Beiyue indifferently replied, because she's a direct descendant of the poison sect. Long Fei Yi had a complicated look in his eyes. Could it be that Gu Beiyue didn't know about Han Yunshi's other identity? Despite his suspicions, he didn't bat an eyelid as he waited for Gu Beiyue to continue. However, Long Fei Yi's calm expression caused great waves in Gu Beiyue's heart. He asked, could it be that Your Highness Duke of Qin already knew about this? When did Long Fei Yi find out about Han Yunshi's identity as a direct descendant of the poison sect? Did Long Fei find out about Han Yunshi's status as the poison sect's heir from the Mu clan? If so, then did he also know about Han Yunshi's identity as a direct descendant of Western Qin's imperial clan? After all, the secret of Western Qin's imperial clan was hidden in Medicine City's Mu clan. A few years ago, he'd found some suspicious clues among his grandfather's belongings by chance. He'd followed those clues all the way to Medicine City and spent a great deal of effort to track down Mu Xian. By the time he'd found out, Mu Xian had already been missing for a long time. All that was left was a rumor that she had an affair with a descendant of the poison sect. To others, this might be a rumor, but to him, it was the only clue. Unfortunately, he'd chased after this clue for many years, but still couldn't find Mu Xian's whereabouts. During those years, he'd learned almost everything about the poison sect. He knew that the Xian gold door in the poison sect's sky pit was a Dao-sensing door that could only be opened with the blood of a direct descendant of the poison sect. After that, he'd basically given up until Han Yunxi's appearance gave him hope once more. When he'd first met Han Yunxi at General Mu's estate, he'd only been attracted by her bearing. What truly caught his attention were her poison and strange acupuncture technique. Even though the poison sect didn't have such techniques, he still firmly believed that this woman was related to the poison sect. Because the poison sect was the origin of Cloud Realm's poison world, such a profound detoxification needle technique was likely a secret technique that the poison sect didn't teach to outsiders. From then on, he began to investigate Han Yunxi's origins. The Han family's background couldn't be clearer. If Han Yunxi had any secrets, it must have come from Lady Tianxin. Thus, rather than investigating Han Yunxi, it was more accurate to say that he was investigating Lady Tianxin. Once he found out that Lady Tianxin was related to Medicine City's Mu family, everything became clear. The Han family's Tianxin was the Mu family's Mu Xian. Han Yunxi was the daughter of Mu Xian and a direct descendant of the poison sect. Not only was Han Yunxi a direct descendant of the poison sect, but she was also the orphan of Western Qin's imperial family. In order to confirm this, he'd specially lured Han Yunxi to the poison sect's sky pit and tested her with the Xian gold door. It was absolutely true. He'd only found this because of the clues left behind by his grandfather. How had Long Feiyi found out? Seeing Long Feiyi's calm and stern face, Gu Beiyue's heart was thrown into chaos. He was afraid. That was the thing he feared the most. If Long Feiyi had long known about Han Yunxi's origins, then was he using Han Yunxi to his advantage? The news of Qin Wangfei's favor had shocked all of Cloud Realm continent, because no one dared to believe that Tianning's icy duke, Long Feiyi, would truly dote on and indulge a woman. Your lordship has long known that she has connections to the poison sect, Long Feiyi admitted openly. Gu Beiyue wanted to test whether Long Feiyi knew about Western Qin's imperial family, but he carefully swallowed back the words on the tip of his tongue several times. He had to be cautious because Long Feiyi wasn't so easy to test. What if Long Feiyi didn't know about Western Qin's imperial family in the first place and grew suspicious? In the end, Gu Beiyue chose to remain silent and didn't say anything else. Seeing Gu Beiyue's silence, Long Feiyi began to make plans in his heart. He wanted to see if Gu Beiyue knew that Han Yunxi was a direct descendant of the Western Qin imperial family, as well as Han Yunxi's origins. He thought about it for a long time, but didn't know how to go about it. Because Gu Beiyue was such a shrewd man, it wasn't easy to test him. If Gu Beiyue didn't know that Han Yunxi was a descendant of Western Qin's imperial family, then he'd definitely suspect Han Yunxi. If Gu Beiyue already knew, then he'd definitely expose himself if he kept probing. Long Feiyi didn't speak either, but waited for Gu Beiyue to continue. Just like that, the two shrewd men fell silent. After a few moments of silence, Long Feiyi spoke first. He couldn't tarry for too long. Han Yunxi would be here soon. Although he spoke first, he didn't reveal anything. Cold, he said, Gu Beiyue, you haven't finished answering this prince's question. Gu Beiyue sighed inwardly at Long Feiyi's unfathomable depths. He couldn't fathom the man's thoughts at all, so he could only reply, Your Highness Duke of Qin, this one didn't intentionally get close to esteemed Wang Fei. It was only by chance that I learned of esteemed Wang Fei's origins. What kind of chance? Long Feiyi asked. Does your highness remember the Xian gold door? As Gu Beiyue asked, he seized every moment to mull over each word. He had to be careful with every word he said to Long Feiyi. Changing the topic was the best way to buy himself time to think. Unfortunately, Long Feiyi didn't say anything and only nodded. Gu Beiyue couldn't buy much time at all. Only the blood of a direct descendant of the poison sect can open the Xian gold door. The poison sect's poison beast recognizes a direct descendant of the poison sect as its master, so there's a saying, the one who can open the Xian gold door is the poison beast's master. At the time, the situation was urgent, so the Xian gold door suddenly opened. This one was also very surprised. Later, when I thought about it carefully, I remembered esteemed Wang Fei's fingers didn't bleed very much. That was how I learned of esteemed Wang Fei's secret. Gu Beiyue explained, Your Highness Duke of Qin, this one went to the sky pit to retrieve the poison beast's fangs to create a medicine. When I met esteemed Wang Fei, I wanted to coerce esteemed Wang Fei into using her poison arts to capture the poison beast. Unfortunately, the discovery of the Xian gold door forced this one to retreat. Because this one knew that once the poison beast has recognized its master, no one can steal it away. Xian gold door. Long Feiyi muttered to himself, as if he was pondering something. Exactly. That time was truly unexpected. Gu Beiyue hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still decided to test Long Feiyi. He said, Although it was an accident, when I think about it carefully, I suddenly understand. Esteemed Wang Fei's poison arts are exquisite. If she didn't learn them from Dr. Han, then she could only have learned them from Lady Tianxin. The Han family is a medical family and has no connections to the poison sect. Lady Tianxin's origins are mysterious, so she must be a daughter of the poison sect. Long Feiyi was surprised. He hadn't expected Gu Beiyue to have learned of Han Yunxi's poison sect origins because of the Xian gold door. It seemed that Gu Beiyue had misunderstood Lady Tianxin and didn't know that Tianxin and Mu Xian were the same person. Mute Granny had said that she was the only one who knew of Mu Xian's true identity. If Gu Beiyue didn't know that Tianxin was Mu Xian, then it was even more impossible for him to know of Mu Xian's relationship with the Western Qin imperial family. From another perspective, if Gu Beiyue knew that Han Yunxi was the orphan of the Western Qin imperial family, he would have made a move a long time ago. There was no way he would have done nothing until now. Long Feiyi had a grasp of the situation, but he still questioned Gu Beiyue. As expected, you had ulterior motives for entering Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Your Highness has misunderstood. This one admires esteemed Wang Fei's poison skills and respects esteemed Wang Fei's character. I had no ulterior motives for entering Pill Fiend Pharmacy for the convenience of my medical practice and to repay esteemed Wang Fei for saving my life. If esteemed Wang Fei hadn't saved me, this one would have died at Empress Dowager Li's hands last time. Does the Shadow Clan have any regard for a trifling Tianing Empress Dowager? Long Feiyi mocked. Gu Beiyue's eyes flashed with vigilance before he smiled helplessly. Your Highness Duke of Qin may not know this, but my Shadow Clan has withered away. Today, I'm the only one left with this sickly body. The Shadow Clan, it's long gone. Is that so? Back then, the Nether and Shadow Clans worked together to put on a good show and preserve the bloodline of Western Qin's imperial family. The Nether Clan's Chu clan has already announced to the world that they're searching for the imperial family to restore Western Qin. The Chu clan ambushed Western Zhou and seized military power to rebel. Your Shadow Clan ambushed Tianing and deliberately entered Pill Fiend Pharmacy. What are your intentions? Long Feiyi asked. Gu Beiyue furrowed his brows as his heart trembled. He never expected Chu Yunyi to reveal everything while he was imprisoned. He deserves to die. Heaven knows how many related and unrelated people will be searching for the whereabouts of Western Qin's imperial orphan now. He endured the pain in his shoulders and legs as he got off the bed. His legs couldn't support him, so he could only stand on one leg and lean against the side of the bed. Long Feiyi didn't pity him at all. He only stared at him with cold eyes. Chapter 6:15. Gu Beiyue didn't need anyone's sympathy for his injuries. He clasped his hands in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, his pale face earnest and persistent. Your Highness Duke of Qin, the Nether clan's Chu clan has wild ambitions. Their so-called revival of Western Qin is nothing more than a pretense. My Shadow clan will never wallow in the mire with such wolves. Moreover, I'm the only one left of the Shadow clan. Even if I have the heart, I'm powerless. Long Fei Ye's lips were curled into a mocking smile as he watched Gu Beiyue lie with cold eyes. But Gu Beiyue's attitude remained earnest and sincere. Your Highness Duke of Qin, although Western Qin's imperial clan left behind orphans in the past, there's no guarantee that any of their descendants are still alive today. Even if there are, there's no guarantee that they'll be able to find them, much less seek revenge. Although I bear heavy responsibilities for the clan, I have neither the heart nor the strength to help my master revive the country. I only hope to be able to treat illnesses and injuries in my lifetime. Practicing medicine for a lifetime is quiet and ordinary. If I had any other choice, I would never reveal my shadow arts, much less my identity. Despite Gu Beiyue's words, Long Feiyi remained unmoved. It had to be said that Gu Beiyue's heart was lacking in confidence right now. He'd only felt so uncertain in front of Long Feiyi in his life. Gu Beiyue felt even more uncertain when he saw Long Feiyi's cold expression. Despite this, he continued to speak with sincerity. His explanations came from the bottom of his heart and were the most sincere of lies. "Isn't your Highness curious as to why I was injured by the Chu clan's arrows?" he asked seriously. Long Feiyi really didn't understand. Even though he'd instigated things first, Chu Yuni and Gu Beiyue wouldn't go so far as to kill each other in Thousand Buddha Cave. "Why?" Long Feiyi finally spoke. "Because Chu Yuni ordered me to kill you and Wang Fei in Thousand Buddha Cave, but I refused," Gu Beiyue said frankly. His lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. "I originally wanted to save you and esteemed Wang Fei. Haha, now that I've come back, I've overestimated myself. If he had known that the Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi in the Guard of Honor were fake, he would never have refused Chu Yuni, much less risked his life to save them. Neither would he have been injured and kidnapped by Chu Yuni. None of this would have happened. He had paid such a huge price because he was too concerned about her. However, he would never tell Long Feiyi the truth." After hearing this explanation, Long Feiyi finally let go of his last bit of concern. There were too many reasons to prove that Gu Beiyue did not know Han Yunxi's identity, but there was no doubt that he knew about Han Yunxi's identity. Even the paranoid Long Feiyi believed him this time. Actually, with his personality, killing Gu Beiyue would be the safest and most direct way. Unfortunately, he had to worry about Han Yunxi as well. Mute Granny's death was enough of a headache for him. Now there was Gu Beiyue as well. How much effort would he have to put in? He loathed his own lies. Keeping Gu Beiyue alive would be a good assistant for Han Yunxi's pill fiend pharmacy. Long Feiyi nodded wordlessly and prepared to leave, but Gu Beiyue stopped him. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, please wait a moment. This one has something I don't understand, and I don't know if I can ask you for guidance." "Speak," Long Feiyi said from inside the room. "How did your Highness find out that esteemed Wang Fei is the poison sex orphan?" This was Gu Beiyue's greatest doubt. Lady Lianxin said it herself. "Tianxin is Mu Xian from back then. You should know." Long Feiyi replied. So, Lady Lianxin must have been desperate enough to reveal Mu Xian's secret at the Grand Medicine Testing Convention. Neither Lady Lianxin nor Mu Yingdong knew about Western Qin's affairs. "Your Highness, can this one hide this matter from esteemed Wang Fei?" Gu Beiyue knew that Long Feiyi already believed him, so he wanted to reassure Long Feiyi. "That's your own business. It has nothing to do with this prince," Long Feiyi said before leaving. He clearly knew that Gu Beiyue wouldn't say anything, so he wanted Gu Beiyue to bear the consequences of his own lies. So even Long Feiyi was afraid of Han Yunxi. Gu Beiyue couldn't help but smile. His pale face looked especially beautiful when he did so. He'd never felt so relaxed ever since he'd exposed his shadow arts. He knew that as Long Fei Yi trusted him, he could stay by Yunqi's side forever as long as he didn't die. Both his shadow arts and legs were crippled. No one knew how he'd survived Ning Cheng's imprisonment. Even he couldn't remember. Perhaps he'd simply forgotten, or perhaps it was too much for him to bear, so he subconsciously refused to remember. He only remembered seeing Han Yunqi's anxious little face before his heart stopped hurting. He had lost his shadow arts and his legs, while she still had Long Fei Yi. Was that enough? And he would do his best to help her make Pill Fiend Pharmacy a better place. Just like that, the two men who knew Han Yunqi's dual identities the best lied to each other and misunderstood each other. How long could they keep this from each other? How long could this misunderstanding last? Han Yunqi didn't like lies, so how could she forgive white lies? One day, Han Yunqi would realize that she'd been an idiot. Not only had she been tricked by Long Fei Yi, but Gu and Gu Beiyue as well. Currently, she was frantically searching for medicine for Gu Beiyue. It was hard to find ingredients in these war-torn lands, so she didn't have enough on her person. She could only ask Medicine City to send them over. Fortunately, Gu Beiyue's ingredients were all available in Medicine City's Wang clan. By the end of the day, all the ingredients had been gathered. Mu Linger had replied as well with a wondrous medicine called White Mountain Oil. Gu Qishao, on the other hand, didn't reply. It wasn't clear whether he hadn't received the Flying Hawk message or hadn't replied in time. Gu knew more rare ingredients than Mu Linger, and even if he didn't have the ingredient, he could still cultivate some. Han Yunqi ordered the servants to send more letters to urge him. After 10 days of recuperation, Gu Beiyue's complexion looked much better, but his leg injury showed no signs of improvement. Fortunately, the White Mountain Oil that Mu Linger had sent over stopped the injury from worsening. Han Yunqi kept trying to contact Gu while urging Third Elder Shin. Esteemed Wang Fei, don't be anxious about finding the medicine. Third Elder Shin should be here in a few days. Gu Beiyue didn't want her to be anxious. Whenever she was anxious, she would frown. Long Fei Yi also didn't like Han Yunqi frowning. It was as if he had obsessive-compulsive disorder. When he saw her frown, he would immediately reach out his hand to caress it without saying a word. When Han Yunqi relaxed her frown, he didn't let go. She had to hold his hand first. It wasn't clear who was comforting who, but when Han Yunqi pulled his hand down and intertwined their fingers, Long Fei Yi calmed down. If it was Gu, he would have stared at this scene. However, Gu Beiyue chose to look away. Only the two of them could understand this feeling. Ever since he had a showdown with Long Fei Yi, Gu Beiyue had been recuperating in bed. When Han Yunqi arrived, Long Fei Yi had just returned. Other than that, Long Fei Yi hadn't taken a single step in. It was as if nothing had happened between them. Third Elder Shin will arrive in 5 days. Han Yunqi said simply. After leaving, she immediately said to Long Fei Yi, "How about I make a personal trip to Medicine City? Let's find Gu first. Have Chu Shifeng make a trip to West Jing." Long Fei Yi said simply. Although Han Yunqi was the king of medicine's disciple, she was only a disciple in name. If he went to beg the king of medicine now, he'd owe him a favor. How could he agree? After all, the king of medicine wasn't so generous. What if Han Yunqi was forced to stay at the medicine hut? Damned Gu. He didn't show up when he should, but when he shouldn't, he couldn't be chased away. When he thought of Gu, Long Fei Yi couldn't help but knit his brows. Could something have happened to Old Fiend? Han Yunqi suddenly exclaimed. He won't die. Long Fei Yi's voice was a little loud as he grew impatient. Han Yunqi resentfully shut her mouth. She should be thanking the heavens and earth that Long Fei Yi hadn't sent Gu Beiyue back to South Ning Prefecture. That night, Han Yunqi personally cooked a bowl of yam porridge for Long Fei Yi and delivered it to his rooms. Long Fei Yi was currently opening a pile of secret missives on the table. He glanced at her without a word. Winter nourishment is better than spring nourishment. This is a premium yam sent over from Medicine City. It's good for nourishing the soul, Han Yunshi said in a low voice. The new year passed by unknowingly. Spring had already arrived. The Long Fei Yi patted his thigh, indicating for Han Yunshi to come over. As soon as Han Yunshi came close, he wrapped his hand around her waist and carried her to sit down. He hugged her from behind and whispered into her ear, "Your punishment is to accompany this prince for one night." She was well aware of why he used the word punishment. She could only sigh inwardly at how this guy had another way to get jealous. As for accompanying him for one night, there were too many meanings behind those words that she didn't understand and didn't dare to understand. She only replied, "This concubine accepts her punishment." As soon as she said this, he tightened his grip on her hand, as if he was blaming her for doing it despite knowing full well that she was guilty. Her waist hurt, but her heart was filled with sweetness. He nuzzled her ear and lightly pecked it a few times. It seemed as if he was keeping her at arm's length, but in reality, he couldn't bear it any longer. "Eat the porridge and go back to sleep." In the end, he released her and chased her away. Although Han Yunshi got up, she didn't leave. She fed him the yam porridge and said, "I'll leave after you finish eating. If you don't, I'll accompany you until dawn." He knew that since he let go of her, he would have to stay up all night to read these letters. Although the war in the West had stopped, the situation was still delicate. Moreover, he still had to prepare to deal with Ningqing, so he naturally had to be busy. "Are you threatening this prince?" Long Fei Yi raised his brows and looked over. "Yes." Han Yunshi also raised her brows and looked over provocatively. The two of them coldly stared at each other for a long time. In the end, neither of them was the first to back down. Instead, they laughed at the same time. "You finally know how to laugh, ha!" Han Yunshi said cheerfully. Long Fei Yi only grinned. After hearing her words, his large palm covered her face and blocked her view. Han Yunshi pushed his hand away and said seriously, "Eat. I won't leave after you finish eating. I'll accompany you." Long Fei Yi's lips curved up again. It was a faint smile, but it was a real one. Han Yunshi carefully flipped through the letters and began to worry about the situation in the West. Over the past few days, the situation in the West had changed quite a bit. The Chu clan had taken Western Zhou's Fenglin prefecture and publicly thrown in their lot with Tianning. Tianning's Empress Chu had accepted the surrender of the Chu clan troops and denounced Western Zhou's Emperor Kongqing for listening to Empress Shui's slander and persecuting the loyal. Ningqing moved the troops from Tianning's western borders west to Fenglin prefecture. From now on, Fenglin prefecture was part of Tianning's territory, while the Chu clan and Western Zhou's decades of marriage alliance were officially broken. "Long Fei Yi, how do you plan to deal with Ningqing and the Chu clan?" Han Yunshi asked seriously. Chapter 616. How would Long Fei Yi deal with Ningqing and the Chu clan? Long Fei Yi kept her in suspense. "You'll know in 3 days." 3 days? Han Yunshi couldn't figure it out. "You'll make a move in 3 days?" Long Fei Yi shook his head as he ate his porridge. Han Yunshi grew even more bewildered. "You're not going to make a move?" Long Fei Yi nodded again without a word. "Say something." Han Yunshi sometimes felt gloomy. She could count on her fingers the number of times she'd spoken to this fellow in a day. Long Fei Yi finally opened his mouth and said seriously, "This porridge is quite tasty." Han Yunshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She knew he was determined not to tell her. This wasn't the first time she'd pondered this question, but she couldn't figure it out even after days. Long Fei Yi had been staying in Yaoshui prefecture all this time, so he must have a plan. But he still hadn't made a move. Although the war had stopped, the situation in Cloud Realm's western regions had changed considerably over the past 2 weeks. Western Zhou's emperor was furious at the Chu clan for being greedy and ungrateful. He denounced Empress Chu for colluding with Ningqing to commit regicide and usurp the throne. He even expressed goodwill to Long Tianma by acknowledging only Tian as the rightful heir of Tianning's imperial family and willing to continue their marriage alliance. During the chaos of war, Long Tianma had long expressed goodwill to Western Zhou by attacking Tianning from the east and west. As soon as Emperor Kong Qing expressed his goodwill, he responded by denouncing the Chu clan for committing regicide and usurping the throne. If the Chu clan didn't surrender on their own accord, Tian would send troops to annihilate them. Naturally, the warning sounded nice. Under these circumstances, Emperor Kong Qing didn't expect Long Tianma to send troops first. Emperor Kong Qing denounced the Chu clan over and over again, demanding that they release Empress Shui. The Chu clan offered to cede territory in exchange for Empress Shui, but Emperor Kong Qing refused. From then on, Empress Shui was imprisoned in the Chu clan barrack. Outsiders thought that this was the idea of the two elders of the Chu clan, but in reality, the two elders of the Chu clan had already been imprisoned by Ning Qing. No one knew whether the one in charge of the Chu clan was Ning Qing or Chu Tianyin. Emperor Kong Qing didn't know much about these matters either. Instead, he placed his hopes on Long Feiyi. He hoped that Long Feiyi would send out his troops and join forces with Western Zhou and Tian to attack Tianning from three sides. Unfortunately, Long Feiyi didn't make a move. The south-central troops were also stationed here, but he didn't seem to have any intention of retreating or returning Yao Shui to Western Zhou. Western Zhou's emperor was anxious, but he didn't dare to bring it up himself. All he could do was wait with Long Feiyi. Because the western region was the common border between four countries, it was an important military position. It was also because the Duke of Qin didn't involve himself in politics. Thus, all of Cloud Realm continent was paying close attention to his every move. As soon as the Chu clan troops pledged allegiance to Tianning, both the imperial court and the common people were abuzz with discussion. There were two main topics of discussion: whether His Highness Duke of Qin would continue to send troops to attack Tianning, and the adulterous affair between Empress Chu and Prince Regent Ning Qing. In the eyes of the common people, there had to be something going on between a man and a woman. Long Feiyi wouldn't say a word, so Han Yunshi could only wait. But 3 days later, a piece of news came that not only shocked Han Yunshi, but all of Tianning. The news was that Empress Shui had been assassinated and killed. On the afternoon of the same day, Emperor Kong Qing was grief-stricken. He angrily denounced the Chu clan for plotting against him and demanded that they return Empress Shui's corpse. Still, the Chu clan refused. That very night, a disciple of Tianshan Kenzo, Duanmu Yao, denounced the Chu clan and personally led 10 disciples down the mountain. If the Chu clan didn't return the corpse and give her an explanation, then Tianshan Kenzo wouldn't spare a single member of the Chu clan. As soon as Han Yunshi heard the news, she ran to find Long Feiyi. How did Empress Shui die? Emperor Kong Qing and Duanmu Yao had demanded the corpse for 3 reasons. First, they wanted to let Empress Shui rest in peace. Second, they wanted to fight for their dignity. Third, they wanted to conduct an autopsy to see if Empress Shui had been assassinated or tortured to death by the Chu clan. Since Long Feiyi could calculate the time so accurately, Han Yunshi didn't even need to think to know that he had something to do with this matter. What do you think? Long Feiyi sat lazily on the warm couch as he glanced at Han Yunshi. His lips curved in a sinister smile. Han Yunshi understood. So it was him. It wouldn't be easy to destroy the Chu clan troops and counterattack Ning Qing's troops, but it wouldn't be difficult for him or one of his experts to sneak into the barracks and kill a hostage. This fellow was truly sinister. Killing Empress Shui was as easy as blowing off dust. He could get someone else to do the dirty work. After all, offending Tianshan Kenzo would make life difficult for both the Chu clan and Ning Qing. Even if they handed Empress Shui over to Duanmu Yao, with Duanmu Yao's personality, how could she let the matter rest? She couldn't help but look forward to Duanmu Yao's reaction when she found out. What Han Yunshi didn't understand was just how much power Duanmu Yao had on Tianshan Mountain. How could she use Tianshan Mountain's name to denounce the Chu clan troops? How could she escalate a personal grudge into one between two major powers? Forcing the Chu clan to hand over the corpse, was this your master's idea? Han Yunshi asked in confusion. I'm not sure either. Even if it wasn't, Duanmu Yao still has the ability to use Tianshan Mountain's power to oppose the Chu clan, Long Feiyi said. Perhaps it was because he hated that woman too much. Even hearing Long Feiyi say the name, Duanmu Yao, made Han Yunshi uncomfortable. She's quite capable, she said sarcastically. Long Feiyi didn't comment further. He pulled Han Yunshi over and said calmly, let's stay here. Once the snow melts, I'll take you to Tianshan Mountain, okay? He looked at her. His expression and tone were especially serious. It was rare for him to be this serious. Long Feiyi's serious gaze was mesmerizing. Han Yunshi couldn't refuse. No matter what he said, Han Yunshi couldn't refuse. Soon, he said he wanted to go to Tianshan Mountain. This was something she'd been looking forward to for a long time. All right, she replied loudly. It was now the first month of the lunar year. It would take at least 2 months for all the snow to melt. Han Yunshi thought that she'd definitely be able to heal Gu Beiyue's injuries and send him back to Pilfine Pharmacy in 2 months. As for Ningqing, she'd just leave him to Duanmu Yao to worry about. If she remembered correctly, Northern Li's troops had recovered well this winter. When summer came, the water and grass would be plump enough to fatten up the horses. Ningqing wouldn't be as idle as he was now. Western Zhou had been in chaos for so long that Northern Li had missed many opportunities. Once they recovered, they'd definitely give Ningqing a big show of strength. Although Long Feiyi wasn't in control of everything like he used to be, he was still the one who had the last laugh. He was still the fisherman who reaped the benefits. In the coming months, he'd occupy Yaoshui and watch as Western Zhou, Northern Li, and Tianing stirred up again. Even Long Tianma's Tian would be dragged into the fray. Stupid people went against the flow, while smart people went with the flow. The man in front of Han Yunshi, who didn't say a word and didn't bat an eyelid, was the one who created the situation. With a flip of his hand, he could summon clouds and rain. Han Yunshi thought that she could focus on treating Gu Beiyue in the coming days. Of course, she wouldn't let the Chu clan off so easily. Once Duanmu Yao was done with her work, she didn't mind being the villain who kicked a man when he was down. 2 days later, there was still no news of Gu. Third Elder Shen arrived as scheduled, bringing with him Divine Dr. Luo, a doctor who specialized in muscles and bones. The room was silent. After Third Elder Shen took Gu Beiyue's pulse, he began to examine Gu Beiyue's knee injury seriously with Divine Dr. Luo. After a long examination, the two of them said nothing apart from shaking their heads. They were both doctors, so Han Yunshi knew exactly what they meant. She said nothing. Her face was tense, frighteningly stern. Elder Shen, don't just shake your head. What's going on? Tang Li couldn't help but ask. Third Elder Shen acted like he hadn't heard him, so he didn't answer. Tang Li wanted to ask again, but Han Yunshi shut him up with a glare. She was also worried, but she knew that regardless of the severity of his injury, he could not be disturbed. Third Elder Shen and Divine Dr. Luo examined him as they questioned Gu Beiyue. This took an entire hour. In the end, Third Elder Shen reapplied medicine and bandaged Gu Beiyue. He looked at Gu Beiyue and said sternly, Beiyue, you know what's going on now, right? Han Yunshi knitted her brows at these words. She stared at Gu Beiyue's bandaged knee and couldn't help but bite her lip. Lil Thing was sitting on her shoulder, its paws clasped tightly together. It was very nervous. Gu Beiyue smiled faintly. I know. Although he was smiling, the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew heavy. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng exchanged glances, while Long Feiyi's eyes were hooded as they darkened. Third Elder Shen looked at Gu Beiyue's clean smile and truly couldn't bear it. He had a good relationship with Director Gu and had watched Beiyue grow up. He was a perfectly fine child who had saved countless lives out of kindness. How did he end up like this? How could Director Gu rest in peace in the underworld? He sighed deeply and rose to bow to Han Yunshi. Esteemed Wang Fei, Dr. Gu's leg is crippled. Crippled? How can that be? Third Elder Shin, is there really no cure? Is there no way for anyone else? Tang Li and Chu Shifeng were both in disbelief. Even Long Fei Yi furrowed his brows. They all knew Gu Beiyue's leg was severely injured, but they never expected it to be incurable. They always assumed that Gu Beiyue would be fine with Third Elder Shin's arrival. Third Elder Shin's expression was heavy as he shook his head. It was Divine Dr. Luo who answered. Dr. Gu injured his tendons. They're severely torn in his leg. Although they haven't broken, the damage is severe enough to affect his ability to stand and walk. It's impossible to cure them, so we can only treat them with medicine to prevent them from worsening. Once they do, it's very likely that all of his tendons will break. Can't you reconnect his tendons? Han Yunshi finally spoke up. She'd asked Third Elder Shin to come because she wanted to see if he could reconnect Gu Beiyue's tendons. If it was possible, then even a broken tendon could be healed. Although she knew that Cloud Realm Continent's medical facilities were limited and its medical skills were basically a blank slate, she still held onto a sliver of hope. Broken bones can be reconnected, but broken tendons. Third Elder Shin could only shake his head. Broken bones can be reconnected, and broken tendons can be stitched. Han Yunshi said seriously. If a broken bone was reconnected, then bone glue would form within 100 days to heal the wound and restore it to its original state. Broken tendons worked the same way. After a needle and thread was sewn together, the tendons would grow back together within 100 days to heal. This was a simple operation in modern times, but why was it so difficult in ancient times? Chapter 6:17. Tendons can be sewn up? Third Elder Shin was still puzzling over it when Gu Beiyue spoke up first. He looked seriously at Han Yunshi. How is that possible? Performing an operation is difficult enough, much less something as delicate as this. Esteemed Wang Fei, where did you hear of this method? Does anyone know how to do it? Seeing Gu Beiyue's serious eyes, Han Yunshi's heart ached even more. How was she supposed to answer him? She knew the theory behind sewing up tendons, but she didn't know how to perform an operation or sew them up. Sewing up tendons wasn't like sewing up other wounds. She couldn't afford to be careless, much less Gu Beiyue. Han Yunshi had seen too many optimistic patients. She knew that even the most optimistic of patients hid pain and hope in their hearts. She didn't see any pain in Gu Beiyue's faint smile, but she did see hope in his eyes. If not for that, how could someone as calm and composed as him be even more anxious than Third Elder Shin? Silly Beiyue, if Yunshi knew who knew how to do it, would she have waited until now? Would she have needed to find Third Elder Shin? She'd inadvertently given him hope and seen his own. How could she bear to disappoint him? Han Yunshi stared at his knees as her mind went blank. She didn't know what to do. The saddest thing of all was knowing there was hope, but not being able to. But Gu Beiyue quickly understood and comforted Han Yunshi instead. Esteemed Wang Fei, there's no need to waste your energy on this one's behalf. It's already extremely fortunate that this one can keep his life. Forget about sitting, even lying down, as long as this one lives, I can still serve Pilfiend Pharmacy. After a pause, he added, I only ask that esteemed Wang Fei doesn't dislike this one. Han Yunshi didn't speak, but continued to stare at his legs. Steeling his heart, he pulled the covers over his legs so that she wouldn't be able to see them again. He tried to provoke her on purpose. Esteemed Wang Fei, could it be that you dislike this one? Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi replied loudly, yes. For a moment, the silent crowd became even quieter. Gu Beiyue's heart skipped a beat. He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. She had never felt so flustered before. For the first time in her life, she felt hurt. This princess dislikes you, so before this princess gives up, you're not allowed to give up, Han Yunshi sternly said. Although she did not know how to suture tendons, based on the medical theory of suturing tendons, Gu Beiyue's leg could still be saved as long as she could find a medicine that could tighten the tendons and heal the cracks. There was still no news from Gu. She hadn't asked the king of medicine yet. How could he give up trying just because Third Elder Shin said crippled? Esteemed Wang Fei. Actually, Gu Beiyue did not know how to explain it. He was not a person who gave up easily, but he had already given up on his leg. He didn't need to wait for Third Elder Shin. He had already diagnosed himself, and it couldn't be wrong. But seeing Han Yunxi's stubborn little face, Gu Beiyue suddenly felt a sense of hope. He unconsciously nodded. Esteemed Wang Fei, this one will not give up. These words were no longer comforting her, but rather he was seriously saying them for her to hear. Han Yunxi wanted nothing more than this hope. Since there was hope, she had to hope until the end and persevere until the end. Third Elder Shin, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Dr. Gu's wounds for the next few days. Han Yunxi seriously said. Esteemed Wang Fei, please be assured. This old man will definitely do his best. Even if esteemed Wang Fei chased him away, Third Elder Shin would not leave. He had seen this woman's miracles, and he was waiting to see how she would turn something rotten into something magical. After Han Yunxi finished speaking, she turned around and walked out. Ling Han ordered, Su Donglin, send a message to the Medicine Ghost Valley. If Gu does not appear in front of this princess in 3 days, this princess will send Mu Linger to the Medicine Ghost Valley. She did not believe that the people of the Medicine Ghost Valley would not be able to find Gu. In the end, in less than 3 days, Gu was standing in front of Han Yunxi the next night. Poison Girl, what did you say to Mu Linger? Gu asked in a very nervous manner. Did you not receive my letter? Han Yunxi suppressed her anger and patiently asked. No? Why are you looking for me? Gu Beiyue had been keeping an eye on Madame Lianxin these past few days, planning something big, so he really did not receive a letter. Knowing that he was not deliberately not replying, Han Yunxi's anger dissipated. She solemnly told him about Gu Beiyue's matter. Who knew that before she could finish, Gu would sneer, I thought it was something big. Isn't it just a broken leg? It's not like he's going to die. Why do you care so much about him? I was shot into a hedgehog before, but I didn't see you in such a hurry. Hearing this, Han Yunxi's face darkened. Without needing her to say anything, Gu surrendered first. All right. I don't have any medicine that can heal tendons. You can ask that old man, the king of medicine, and he should have some. Really? Han Yunxi was overjoyed. Her guess was right. Since tendons could be sewn up, then there must be some kind of medicine that could heal tendons. Gu tilted his head and chuckled. Probably, but it's also possible that there isn't. Han Yunxi's heart felt like it was riding a roller coaster, going up and down. She rolled her eyes at Gu and turned to leave, too lazy to talk nonsense. Gu immediately chased after her and asked nosily, Where's Long Fei? Han Yunxi did not answer. She thought that she should go directly to the old man, the king of medicine. Otherwise, she would be angered to death by Gu sooner or later. Gu chased after her and asked, Poison Lass, where are you going? Poison Lass, I haven't seen you in so long. Did you miss me, Chi brother? Poison Lass, you didn't say anything to Mu Linger, did you? He chased after Han Yunxi's footsteps as he asked her questions. His hands, feet, and mouth didn't stop moving as he took out a miniature ginseng from his sleeve. Poison Lass, this is for you to nourish your body. This miniature ginseng was none other than Tianling's most precious treasure. When Emperor Tianhui fled to the west all those years ago, this was the only treasure he'd taken with him. He'd spent a lot of effort to find and steal it. Unfortunately, Han Yunxi continued to walk forward, ignoring his indecent act. Gu resentfully shrugged his shoulders before putting away the ginseng and continuing to follow her. Soon enough, he asked, Poison Lass, Long Fei Yi didn't kill Gu Beiyue? Han Yunxi wasn't the only one who understood Long Fei Yi's jealousy. Gu was the second person who'd experienced it firsthand. Now Han Yunxi stopped in her tracks. You, before she could finish, Gu cut her off. His mischievous smile vanished to be replaced by a serious expression. His beautiful features revealed traces of grief as he looked at her and murmured, "Poison lass, besides Long Fei Yi, Chi brother can't bear to see you treat any other man well." Long Fei Yi was her husband, the man who'd met her before him. He was also the only man in her heart, so there was nothing he could do. But anyone else, no matter who it was, would make him jealous. Poison lass, besides Long Fei Yi, could she only worry about Chi brother? Han Yunshi suddenly took out a needle with catgut thread attached to it. "Do you know what this is?" she asked. "A needle and thread," Gu replied. "Do you know what I want to do?" Han Yunshi asked again. Gu shook his head. "I want to sew your mouth shut," Han Yunshi said as she tossed the needle and thread to Gu. "Do you know that Gu Beiyue's legs are crippled?" "What do you mean by crippled?" "He won't be able to walk anymore. He can't even stand. Do you understand? He can only sit and lie down for the rest of his life. Can't you have some compassion? Do you know that I've been looking for you for more than 10 days? It's fine if you don't have any compassion, but can you not joke about this kind of thing?" Han Yunshi huffed and puffed as she sat down on one side, her eyebrows furrowed like an old woman's. No one knew how much pressure she was under. This was the second time she'd given Gu Beiyue hope. She definitely wouldn't allow him to be disappointed again. Gu still didn't take Gu Beiyue's matter to heart. Not to mention that Gu Beiyue was crippled. Even if Gu Beiyue died today, he would still be indifferent, because this had nothing to do with him at all. From the day he left Medical City, he only cared about one thing in his life, and that was when to destroy the Medical Academy. He never cared about anything else. Han Yunshi was in the middle of telling Gu Beiyue the good news that there was medicine that could cure his leg injury. Gu Beiyue, who had been quiet all this while, was visibly more spirited. His snow-white robes seemed to glow with a faint light, clean and beautiful. "Really?" He was excited. "I've already sent a messenger eagle to ask around. Even if the muscle-growing ointment isn't with the king of medicine, as long as there's medicine in this world, we'll definitely be able to find it," Han Yunshi said seriously. Hearing the two words, king of medicine, Gu Beiyue was clearly startled. He glanced at Long Fei Yi from the corner of his eyes, but quickly looked away. He gave a faint smile and said, "Like this, esteemed Princess Consort won't dislike this one." Han Yunshi's heart ached a little. She didn't know what to say, but she still said seriously, "As long as you can stand up, I won't dislike you." "Definitely." Gu Beiyue was very serious. Gu rubbed his nose on the side as he looked at Gu Beiyue's face. Although he had known about this person for a long time and had seen him a few times, he had never thought much of Gu Beiyue. Now that he looked at him seriously, he found that this brat was really weak. Other than having great medical skills, this fellow didn't have anything good about him. How did he catch Long Fei Ye's eyes and stay with him until now? Gu only felt that it was a little strange, but he was too lazy to think too much about it. Because even after looking at him seriously today, he still didn't think much of Gu Beiyue. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with a complicated look, but he didn't say anything. That night, Long Fei Yi personally delivered the Chu clan's intelligence report to Gu Beiyue. After Gu Beiyue finished reading it, he didn't think much about it. Just like that morning, he whispered in Long Fei Ye's ear. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything, but he kept nodding. The two of them seemed to be plotting something. After discussing for about an hour, Long Fei Yi was about to leave, but Gu Beiyue called out, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, please wait. This one has something to discuss with you." "Speak." "Esteemed Princess Consort wants to ask the King of Medicine for medicine. I'm afraid she has to pay a price, right? This one wants to." Before Gu Beiyue could finish his sentence, Long Fei Yi interrupted him coldly, "You don't have the right to discuss her matters with this prince." This matter is related to this one after all. Gu Beiyue said calmly. This one's internal energy has been crippled. What's the use of healing my legs, haha? He wasn't someone who gave up on himself. It was just that his heart was too ruthless. Ruthless to himself. Even if he had hope in his heart, if Han Yunshi had to pay the price, he would rather sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. He knew the king of medicine well. Even if he took Han Yunshi as his disciple, it might not be easy to negotiate. Even he didn't know about the muscle growth ointment, so it must be a miracle medicine among miraculous medicines. How could such a good thing be given away just like that? Long Fei Yi raised his eyebrows and looked over. Gu Beiyue, since you want to give up, why give Han Yunshi hope? Everyone thought that Han Yunshi had given Gu Beiyue hope, but in his eyes, it was Gu Beiyue's unwillingness to give up that gave Han Yunshi hope. He knew that woman too well. If Gu Beiyue's legs were really crippled, she would feel uneasy for the rest of her life. A complicated look flashed past Gu Beiyue's eyes as he said, "This one has a way to persuade esteemed Princess Consort." This time, Gu Beiyue's words were interrupted again. Long Fei Yi asked bluntly, "Where do you get the confidence to persuade her?" Gu Beiyue was speechless for a moment. He realized that he had said the wrong thing in his haste. He silently lowered his head. "You were taken hostage, so the two of us owe you. Since we have the medicine, this prince will definitely make you stand up again. You just need to help this prince deal with the D and U clans." Long Fei Yi said this and strode out of the door, not giving Gu Beiyue a chance to speak. Gu Beiyue sighed softly. He couldn't sleep that night. The complicated feelings in his heart were all tightly hidden. He couldn't and didn't dare to reveal a single trace. As the guardian of Western Qin's imperial family, he had all the confidence and qualifications. Unfortunately, he couldn't say anything. He was determined to bury this secret in his heart. Early the next morning, the king of medicine's reply arrived. The muscle growth ointment was indeed in the hands of the king of medicine, but the king of medicine wanted Han Yunshi to take Gu Beiyue there personally. Could it be that he wants to personally apply the ointment on Gu Beiyue? The king of medicine isn't that kind, is he? Gu rubbed his chin, unable to figure it out. Han Yunshi knew that the king of medicine wasn't easy to negotiate with, so this trip wouldn't be easy. She timidly looked at Long Fei Yi. She thought that the Long Fei Yi would object, but who knew that the Long Fei Yi would simply say, "Let's go together. If he wants to negotiate, this prince will negotiate with him." Han Yunshi was overjoyed. The happiest thing in her life was Long Fei Yi's understanding and support. Although this guy would occasionally overturn a jar of vinegar, he was still calm and straightforward in the face of major issues. At this time, Gu Beiyue had already regained his composure after a night of insomnia. Just like before, he pretended that he didn't know or understand anything. He sat on the couch and respectfully bowed. "Thank you, Your Highness Duke of Qin. Thank you, esteemed Wang Fei. Gu, let's go together," Han Yunshi said seriously. Gu understood medicine and was also a member of the medical community. If the king of medicine made things difficult for them, Gu could at least give them some advice. Who knew that Gu would snort disdainfully? "This young master has never been interested in men's affairs." Han Yunshi wanted nothing more than to send him flying with a kick. "Go away." This time, Gu Qishao didn't stick around shamelessly, but really left. That afternoon, Long Fei Yi arranged various matters in Yaoshui before secretly leaving the city with Han Yunshi and Gu Beiyue. They headed in the direction of Medicine City. In the west, he only needed to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He was quite free for the next few months. Although Lil Thing didn't know where they were going, it knew that the young master's legs could be saved when it saw them leaving the city together. It bounced around the young master's body a few times, overjoyed. As for Gu, no one knew where he had run off to. He didn't follow them out of the city. Before they left, Han Yunshi glanced back to make sure Gu Qishao hadn't come. She'd long gotten used to Gu Qixiao's elusiveness and was too lazy to ask. Long Fei, on the other hand, would never care about his whereabouts. Several days later, they arrived at the medicinal forest. When they got close to the medicinal hut, Elder Wang and the others who had personally escorted them here had to stop. Although there were no written rules, unrelated people didn't dare to rashly approach the hut. Even the servant who helped push Gu Beiyue's wheelchair didn't come over. Han Yunxi wanted to take over, but Long Feiyi quietly took the initiative and personally pushed Gu Beiyue forward. Han Yunxi was stunned. She suddenly realized that compared to Long Feiyi, she was the jealous one. Long Feiyi turned around and saw that she was still standing there. He said unhappily, Han Yunxi, why aren't you leaving? She really liked those words of his. Every time he said those words, she wouldn't say a word and would quickly catch up to him. His gaze would always follow her until she reached his side. Only then would he look away. It was already past noon. The sun shone from behind, casting their shadows on the ground as if they were one entity. Gu Beiyue silently watched. Although he watched for a long time, he still closed his eyes in the end. If he didn't look, he wouldn't think. After quietly walking through a small path, they arrived at the medicinal hut. A white-haired old man stood in front of the courtyard's fence. He was none other than the owner of the medicinal hut, the authoritative king of medicine in the medicine world, Sun Zhong. They were still a distance away when the old man, the king of medicine, laughed loudly. "Hee, my good disciple, you only came to see me after the new year?" These words were clearly blaming Han Yunxi for not coming to visit during the new year. Han Yunxi had been so busy that she didn't even know which New Year's Eve and which New Year's Day. How could she have time to come? She hurried forward to explain, "Master, the western region was in chaos. This disciple was still on the battlefield at that time and couldn't come over. This disciple apologizes to you." As she spoke, she respectfully bowed with her hands clasped in front of her. Then, she handed over a big gift. Unfortunately, Chapter 619. Unfortunately, the king of medicine didn't even look at it, much less accept it. Can't get away? It only took 4 to 6 hours to send a letter by eagle from Yaoshui Prefecture to the medical hut. In old man's opinion, you don't have a master like me in your heart, do you? As he spoke, he stroked his beard, looking very unhappy. Han Yunxi only felt helpless in her heart. Although she called him master, she really wasn't familiar with him. When she refused to stay at the medical hut for 10 years, she actually couldn't be considered his disciple anymore. The king of medicine called her disciple and blamed her for not paying New Year's greetings, but he didn't really treat her as a disciple in his heart. Otherwise, why would he make things so difficult for her? Han Yunxi explained, "Master, this disciple was really on the battlefield at that time, so I didn't know about the new year at all. When I remembered, the new year had already passed. Sending a letter by eagle is too insincere. No matter what, this disciple has to come to you personally, right? Hee, you don't come to the Three Treasures Temple without a reason." The king of medicine sneered. "That's not true. I came here especially to pay New Year's greetings and to ask for medicine." Han Yunxi knew that her words were very hypocritical, but she still had to bite the bullet and continue speaking. The king of medicine was putting her in her place. However, after this hurdle, there was no room for discussion about asking for medicine. She opened the gift box in her hand and said, "Master, take a look. This is a gift that this disciple specially prepared for you. I guarantee that you'll like it." The king of medicine didn't even look at it and said coldly, "Since you're sincere, then don't leave this time. Stay and accompany me for a year, how about it?" As expected, they were talking about this again. Long Feiyi, who had been silent all this time, had a cold glint in his eyes. He said coldly, "Senior king of medicine, the Princess Consort came here especially to pay New Year's greetings. This king came here especially to ask for medicine. Since the muscle-growing ointment is with you, state your conditions." Like all the geniuses, the king of medicine was also a proud and arrogant person. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Long Fei Yi. He sneered and said, "Old man, I'm afraid you don't know the rules here. Haha, no one has ever been able to get the medicine from the old man. Senior king of medicine, you've misunderstood. I've never begged anyone. What do you want in order for you to hand over the muscle growth ointment? You can name any conditions you want." Long Fei Yi was not only arrogant but also supercilious. In terms of age, he was not as old as the king of medicine, but in terms of temperament and aura, he definitely won by a landslide. He didn't beg anyone, and he didn't allow Han Yunshi to beg and please others like this. The king of medicine always felt that it was Long Fei Yi who stopped Han Yunshi from staying in the medical hut. He didn't like Long Fei Yi from the beginning. When he heard this, he suddenly became angry and said angrily, "Humph! Old man's medicine is not something that ordinary people can get. Go away. Since you can't get it, why did you ask the princess consort to bring the patient here? You obviously have a plan, haha." Long Fei Yi sneered. "This is the old man's business. It has nothing to do with you." The king of medicine was so angry that he almost stomped his feet. He had never been insulted like this in his life. "The princess consort's business is my business. What do you want in order for you to hand over the muscle-growing ointment? Be straightforward." Long Fei Yi didn't give in. The king of medicine was so angry that his face turned blue, but he couldn't argue. If it was anyone else, he'd have ordered his men to chase them away long ago, but this was Han Yunshi, this girl. Since he saw this girl's ability, he had always wanted her to stay in the medical hut, inherit everything he had, and become the authority of the medicine industry. It wasn't easy to wait for this girl to come, so how could he be willing to drive her away? If he directly said that he would only hand over the muscle-growing ointment if Han Yunshi stayed in the medical hut, he was afraid that Han Yunshi would be angry and look down on him. Therefore, he used the New Year's greeting to make things difficult for Han Yunshi, hoping that she would take the initiative to say that she wanted to stay. Han Yunshi had been forced to say nothing just now, but Long Fei Yi just had to interrupt. It was really hateful. Han Yunshi watched from the side, knowing that Long Fei Yi was relying on the fact that the king of medicine wouldn't drive her away, so he provoked her like this. A sly look flashed across her eyes and she quickly said, "Your Highness, how can you be so rude to Master? Since Master said that the muscle-growing ointment is in the medical hut and asked me to bring Dr. Gu here, he will definitely save people. Master is the best master in the world." After hearing this, Gu Beiyue almost laughed out loud. The king of medicine's mouth twitched and his beard curled up, as if he didn't know how to answer Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi quickly stepped forward and stuffed the gift box into his hands. "Master, His Highness misunderstood you, right? How should the king of medicine answer? If he answered no, then wouldn't he become the scheming that Long Fei Yi said? If he answered yes, then he would become the good master that will definitely save people, that Han Yunshi said." The king of medicine suddenly felt that he had been tricked by this couple. "Master, don't you think so?" Han Yunshi seemed to be acting coquettishly, but she was actually pressing him. The king of medicine coughed a few times and finally nodded. "Ah, it's okay if the Duke of Qin misunderstands, but Master is afraid that you will misunderstand." "No misunderstanding, no misunderstanding. Master, let's go inside. Saving people is the most important thing." Han Yunshi was really straightforward. Unexpectedly, the king of medicine didn't bring them into the house. Instead, he led them around the medical hut and into a stone forest. At the end of the stone forest was a cave. At the entrance of the cave was a stone slab with 3 large blood-red words engraved on it: "Medicine Requesting Cave." The cave was pitch black and they couldn't see how deep it was. Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi looked at each other and had a bad premonition. Puzzled, she asked, Master, this is, the muscle-growing ointment you want is indeed in the medical hut, but it doesn't belong to the old man. It was concocted by the old man's master when he was still alive and stored in this cave. Not only does this cave have the muscle-growing ointment, but there are also many strange medicines. My late master left a message that whoever can enter the cave and obtain the medicine will not be charged a single cent. If you can't obtain it, there will be a punishment. As the king of medicine spoke, a trace of cunning flashed in his eyes. He continued, "As for what the punishment is, you will only know once you enter. Girl, whether you enter the cave or return empty-handed, you have to think carefully. Even master can't help you. Esteemed Princess Consort, the medicine-requesting cave is very dangerous. You don't have to take the risk for this one," Gu Beiyue said anxiously. Han Yunxi smiled and said, "Taking the risk once to save your legs is worth it." What kind of danger hadn't she experienced before? She didn't believe that a mere medicine-requesting cave could hide a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames. "Lend me a light," Long Fei Yi said to the king of medicine. The king of medicine was certain that they would go in, so he was waiting to watch a good show. This time, he had to make Han Yunxi stay. Soon, the king of medicine brought over a lantern. "The two of you can go in. This Dr. Gu will stay. The old man will take care of him." Gu Beiyue didn't try to persuade Han Yunxi, but he insisted, "I'll go in with you. Don't worry, we'll be out soon." Han Yunxi comforted him. "You'll only get in the way if you go in," Long Fei Yi said. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, I promise I won't get in the way," Gu Beiyue insisted. Long Fei Yi ignored him and held the lantern at the mouth of the cave to inquire about the situation. Han Yunxi comforted him. "Dr. Gu, don't worry. Once we're out, you can stand up again. If esteemed Wang Fei won't take this one into the cave, this one would rather not treat my legs. This one means what he says." Gu Beiyue was very serious, his eyes bright. Han Yunxi gave a start. After knowing him for so long, this was the first time she realized that this gentleman had a stubborn temper as well. Still, she didn't agree. "Dr. Gu, His Highness Duke of Qin's words are reasonable. Miss Yunxi, I'm supposed to protect you. If you put yourself in danger to save me, then what's the use of keeping my legs? What's the use of keeping my life, Gu Beiyue? If your Highness and esteemed Wang Fei insist, then this one has nothing to say. I'm just afraid that the two of you will have made a wasted trip. Even if you get the medicine, you won't be able to save this one's legs." Gu Beiyue said coldly, his entire being turning Gu Beiyue into a completely different person. He had plenty of ways to completely cripple his legs. Han Yunxi was completely stunned. She only felt that the man in front of her was a complete stranger. She didn't know what to do. Long Fei Yi handed the lantern to Gu Beiyue without a word, then personally pushed Gu Beiyue into the cave. Han Yunxi looked at their backs and didn't know why, but she didn't feel worried at all. Instead, her heart was filled with warmth as she quickly chased after them. "That's right, old man forgot to tell you that you only have 2 hours!" The king of medicine shouted from behind them. He chased after them a few steps before stopping at the mouth of the cave. He would never dare to step into the cave again in this lifetime. Back when he came here to ask for medicine, it was because he was trapped here that he had no choice but to stay here for the rest of his life. This place was his nightmare, but now it was where his hope lay. He was waiting for Han Yunxi to follow in his footsteps. Han Yunxi's group of 3 was quickly swallowed up by the endless darkness of the cave. The king of medicine hurriedly walked along a small path at the side. This path was parallel to the cave, and there was a hidden window that allowed them to see everything inside. Han Yunxi and the others kept walking in silence. Long Fei Yi pushed Gu Beiyue's wheelchair with one hand and held Han Yunxi tightly with the other. He was vigilant as he paid attention to the movements around them. He didn't even miss the slightest movement in the air. Although Gu Beiyue's martial arts were completely crippled, his vigilance was still there. He was just like Long Fei, paying attention to everything around them. Han Yunxi was also on guard, the hidden needles in her hands ready at all times. However, after being nervous for a long time, they realized that their vigilance was unnecessary. This cave didn't have any traps or ambushes. Instead, there were many checkpoints waiting for them to pass through. As long as they could safely reach the last checkpoint, they could take away any medicine they wanted. Soon, they reached the first checkpoint, identification of medicine. A tightly shut stone door blocked their path. A little medicine boy in black stood in front of the door, holding a box of medicine in his hands. As long as you can identify the medicine in this box within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, you can continue forward. Otherwise, you must stay in the medicine hut for the rest of your lives. Violators will be cursed and be plagued with hundreds of illnesses that can't be cured. The little medicine boy's tone was stiff and emotionless. How do we identify it? Han Yunxi asked. Stand 5 steps away. You are not allowed to come close. You can only watch, the little medicine boy explained. Han Yunxi was amused. That's it. This was child's play to her. Not to mention 5 steps, even 10 or 20 steps wouldn't be a problem. That's it. When you're ready, we'll begin, the little medicine boy said. Begin. Han Yunxi was very decisive. Xiao Xiao slowly opened the medicine box, and Pill King, who was watching from the side, revealed a sly smile. He had seen Han Yunxi's abilities at Medicine City's Grand Medicine Testing Convention. However, he firmly believed that the first checkpoint of the medicine requesting cave would be able to stop Han Yunxi. Back then, he had lost at this very first checkpoint. Chapter 620. When the medicine boy opened the medicine box, everyone was shocked. The medicine box was densely packed with small round pills. There were at least 100 of them, and each of them was only the size of a pinky nail. Han Yunxi almost thought that it was a box of chocolate beans. The most shocking thing was not the number of pills, but the smell of the pills. As soon as the medicine box was opened, it emitted a very strong medicinal fragrance that filled the entire cave. Laymen such as Long Fei could only smell that it was a kind of medicinal smell. However, professionals such as Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei could smell that the smell was very complicated. It was formed by the combination of countless medicinal smells. To identify medicinal herbs, one had to pay attention to observing, smelling, and tasting. First, one had to look at the color, then smell it and taste it 3 times. The medicine boy asked them to stand 5 steps away to identify the medicinal herbs. Naturally, they were not allowed to taste it. They could only observe and smell to identify the medicinal herbs. The cave was dim. All the medicinal herbs in the medicine box were of the same color and shape. Even a small pill could not be seen clearly from 3 steps away, let alone 5 steps away. To put it bluntly, this stage required them to identify a large box of medicinal pills through their sense of smell. However, the smells of these medicinal herbs were all mixed together to form a strong medicinal smell. Han Yunxi sighed in her heart. This was only the first stage, and it was already so difficult. What would the next 2 stages be like? You still have a chance to regret. If you regret, please go back the way you came. Once you start, there is no turning back. The medicine boy reminded them. Han Yunxi did not move. She stared at the medicine box. Long Fei was a layman. He did not know how difficult this task was for Han Yunxi. He glanced at Han Yunxi and chose to remain silent. Gu Beiyue's eyes were complicated. Medical skills and medicinal skills were interlinked. He was very clear about how difficult this stage was. Even if Han Yunxi could identify all 100 of the pills and get them right, their chances of victory were still slim. Because there wasn't enough time. There were a total of 3 stages in the medicine requesting cave, and each stage was more difficult than the last. They only had 2 hours, and to accurately identify 100 types of pills, even the best pharmacist would not be able to do it without spending 2 to 4 hours. If they spent all their time here, Even if they won this stage, they would still lose. Gu Beiwei was a smart man. He quickly realized that the so-called medicine requesting cave was nothing more than a scheme to force Han Yunxi to stay. Esteemed Wang Fei, let's go back. This is, before Gu Beiwei could say the word conspiracy, Han Yunxi suddenly said to the medical apprentice, no regrets. Let's begin. As soon as he said that, the person who was most pleased with himself was none other than the old man king of medicine, who was secretly watching from the side. He, who had always been serious in speech and manner, actually covered his mouth and snickered. He knew that with Han Yunxi's character, she wouldn't go back on her words. He liked this temper. He was waiting to see how many medicinal ingredients Han Yunxi could identify in 2 hours. Back then, he had identified 57 medicinal ingredients in 2 hours. Although he had failed the first stage, he had still broken the medicine requesting cave's record. This was his pride for the rest of his life. He thought that with Han Yunxi's ability, if she performed exceptionally well, she should be able to identify around 30 medicinal ingredients. Although she wasn't as good as him back then, for someone Han Yunxi's age, it was already not bad. The little novice took out a single pill from the box and showed it to Han Yunxi in the palm of his hand. Gu Beiwei shook his head. Even Long Fei Yi, who had always been confident in Han Yunxi, felt nervous. How long would it take to identify the pills one by one? Once you've determined what medicine this is, you can tell me. Take a good look before you speak. Don't go back on your words. The medical apprentice said seriously. All right. Han Yunxi nodded and continued to stare at those pills seriously. The cave was silent as time slowly passed. After a while, Han Yunxi still didn't make a sound. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei both had serious expressions and were nervous. Meanwhile, the king of medicine, who was hiding at the side, was rather patient as he waited. But after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Han Yunxi still hadn't identified the first pill. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei were anxious. Based on this speed, they had already lost. The king of medicine was also rather disappointed. He stroked his beard and muttered to himself, "It seems that old man overestimated this girl." He figured that the time it took to brew a cup of tea was enough. Han Yunxi should be able to say the name of the pill very soon, but after another cup of tea's worth of time, Han Yunxi remained silent. She stared at the pill with a serious expression, as if she was thinking hard about something. At this time, even the medical apprentice couldn't stand it anymore. After all, those who were chosen by the king of medicine to enter the medicine-requesting cave were definitely not ordinary people. It had been so long, how could this woman not even identify the first pill? If you can't identify this pill, you can change to another one. How dare you ask for medicine when you're so stupid, hee. The medical apprentice yawned impatiently. No need, it's futile to change. Han Yunxi finally spoke, but no one understood what she said. The medical apprentice yawned halfway and quickly stopped. Futile? Why, you can't identify any of them. The king of medicine shook his head repeatedly. He couldn't believe everything that was happening in front of him. There was actually a day when he made a mistake. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. Gu Beiwei made a prompt decision and went forward to identify the pills. Since they were entering the medicine-requesting cave together, anyone could identify the pills. It didn't have to be Han Yunxi. He wasn't confident that he could identify all the pills, but he could at least identify a few. He wouldn't lose too badly. Esteemed Wang Fei, let me, he said seriously. Han Yunxi waved her hand and calmly said, "No need, I've identified all of them." The cave was silent for a while. In the silence, Long Fei Ye's lips curled into a handsome smile. The medical apprentice composed himself and asked in disbelief, "Han Yunxi, what did you say? Say it again." "I said, I've already identified all of these 100 pills. I'll now name the pills one by one. Listen carefully," Han Yunxi said seriously. The medical apprentice immediately burst into laughter. "Ridiculous. Woman, Don't you even know how to lie? The medicine hut Holy Land Guard dares to speak so arrogantly. Sun Zhong, come out. You dare to bring this kind of person to the medicine-requesting cave? Are you blind? Throw him out immediately. The king of medicine quickly walked out from the darkness. He never thought that things would turn out this way. Like the medical apprentice, he didn't believe Han Yunxi's words. He asked seriously, Han Yunxi, can you really not identify a single pill? Han Yunxi rolled her eyes impatiently and didn't even bother to respond. She had looked so seriously just now because she wanted to make sure that nothing went wrong. The detoxification system had already repeated the names of these pills 3 times. Medicine and poison came from the same family. Although the detoxification system's ability to identify pills wasn't as powerful as its ability to identify poisons, it could still identify the initial medicinal ingredient. Not to mention 100 pills, even 1,000 pills wouldn't be a problem. Han Yunxi, say something. The king of medicine was very agitated. It wasn't easy for him to find a successor that he liked. He didn't want to lose her so easily. Han Yunxi glanced at him and said coldly, listen carefully. Zigan, wind oak, 4 wood, birch leaf, guangji pill. Just like that, Han Yunxi listed a total of 107 types of pills in one breath. The medical apprentice and the king of medicine were stunned as they listened. Although they were very familiar with these 107 types of pills, they were still a little unprepared when they heard Han Yunxi read them out so quickly. When Han Yunxi finished reading, the king of medicine and the medical apprentice were both stunned. Han Yunxi leisurely cleared her throat and asked, a total of 107 types. Are they all correct? The king of medicine stared at her and didn't say anything. The medical apprentice, who had been impatient just now, stuttered, You say it again. Didn't you hear it clearly? Han Yunxi asked. The medical apprentice had heard it very clearly at first, but later, when he was distracted, he couldn't keep up with Han Yunxi's speed and missed a few types. In short, he was now very confused. I didn't have time to hear it clearly, he replied. Then which ones didn't make it in time? Han Yunxi asked. Let me think, the medical apprentice said seriously. Han Yunxi immediately burst into laughter. You're so stupid, yet you dare to guard the medicine-requesting cave. Get out yourself. Before the medical apprentice could figure out why he was so stupid, Gu Beiyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. He hadn't been so happy since Chu Yuni kidnapped him. Meanwhile, Long Fei Ye's lips were drawn up in a beautiful smile. Since he didn't hear it clearly, how was he supposed to know which ones? Han Yunxi's question was obviously a trap for the medical apprentice to jump into. Who said this woman was kind and compassionate? Look at her, she immediately returned the favor after being called stupid. The king of medicine hadn't heard the names of the pills either, but he didn't dare to ask, afraid that he'd be tricked by Han Yunxi and damage his reputation. The medical apprentice flew into a rage out of humiliation. Say it again, slow down. My time is limited. I've already said everything, so it's your problem if you didn't hear it clearly. If you're so stupid that you need 2 hours to hear it clearly, then I don't need to walk the rest of the way anymore, Han Yunxi said coldly. The medical apprentice was at a loss for words, but could only concede. We won't keep track of the time, so speak slowly. He refused to believe that this woman could get everything right. She'd spoken so quickly just then, so there had to be many areas where she'd been vague. The king of medicine had the same idea, but remained silent to wait on one side. Han Yunxi looked disdainfully at the medical apprentice and the king of medicine before slowly listing out the names of each pill. This time, both the medical apprentice and the king of medicine heard every word clearly. By the time Han Yunxi finished the last one, both of them were flabbergasted. She actually got everything right. Moreover, she'd only used the time it took to brew 2 cups of tea. She didn't even look at the pills one by one. How did she do it? Could it be that she could judge them just by their smell? Anyone who entered the medicine-requesting cave would either escape with a curse or stay in the medicine hut as a disciple for the rest of their lives, planting, dispensing, and learning medicine. Han Yunshi was the first person to pass the first stage. The medical apprentice and the king of medicine were stunned, unable to believe the facts in front of their eyes. "Did you hear it clearly? Is everything right?" Han Yunshi asked. The medical apprentice came back to his senses and suddenly worshipped Han Yunshi. He nodded repeatedly. "Yes, everything is right. Congratulations, you've successfully passed the first stage." The king of medicine's gaze became abnormally hot as he looked at her. In addition to his shock, he was wild with joy. He knew that his eyes couldn't be wrong. He would never let this girl go. So what if they passed the first stage? The second stage didn't only involve medicine. He dared to bet his head that they would never pass the second stage. Chapter 621. Han Yunshi passed without a hitch. Long Feiyi and Gu Beiyue had been nervous for so long that they should be overjoyed. However, at that moment both of them were paying attention to the Pill King. Anyone who had ulterior motives towards Han Yunshi couldn't escape their eyes. The king of medicine was too engrossed in his joy to realize that the two most powerful men in Cloud Realm continent were silently holding a grudge against him. Before the apprentice could speak, the king of medicine said impatiently, "Why aren't you opening the door and letting them in?" The king of medicine had long investigated Han Yunshi and knew that she had formidable poison and medicine skills, but average medical skills. She could only treat minor illnesses and wounds. The second trial of the medicine-requesting cave didn't just involve medicine, but medicine as well. No matter how formidable Han Yunshi was, she had no choice but to admit defeat this time. As for Gu Beiyue, he was but a mere fifth-rank divine doctor. The king of medicine didn't think much of him at all. He stroked his beard non-stop as he suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. He never thought he'd have such a capable disciple. He even began to plan out what kind of work he'd arrange for Han Yunshi after she stayed at the medicine hut. He felt that he should give her a show of strength, suppress her spirit, and then properly interrogate her about where she learned her medicine appraisal skills from. Of course, the most important thing was that he wanted to teach her everything he had learned in his life, so that she could guard the medicine hut for him for the rest of her life, concentrating on researching and developing medicinal pills. The apprentice quickly opened the stone door behind her. Han Yunshi was so focused on getting the muscle-growing ointment to treat Gu Beiyue's legs that she ignored the king of medicine and strode through the stone door. Long Feiyi pushed Gu Beiyue to follow closely behind. Beyond the stone door was a dim passageway. With their previous experience, they didn't have as many misgivings or defenses as they hurried forward. Who knew that when they reached the end, they would see a large stone door that was wide open? What was going on? Could it be that I passed the first test too smoothly, so they're giving me a chance to pass? Han Yunshi joked. There must be a trap. Gu Beiyue was very cautious. Long Feiyi, on the other hand, stepped over the stone door in a handsome and domineering manner. Since he was already here, he had nothing to fear. He would charge through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. If they dared to open the door, they naturally dared to enter. Han Yunshi was also a decisive person. She pushed Gu Beiyue and followed in. Just as she entered, the stone door suddenly closed on its own, blocking their escape route. Gu Beiyue said, "Presumably, the second trial has just begun." Esteemed Wang Fei, before he could finish, Gu Beiyue suddenly coughed violently. He coughed so hard that he couldn't stop. Han Yunshi was shocked. Did he choke? Gu Beiyue couldn't answer and hurriedly waved his hand. Han Yunshi handed him water to drink and was about to pat his back when Long Feiyi beat her to it. Who knew that before he could pat him twice, Han Yunshi also suddenly coughed. Although she didn't cough as violently as Gu Beiyue, she kept coughing like Gu Beiyue. It was as if she couldn't catch her breath and was in a bad state. There were many people who died from coughing in this world. Long Fei was so anxious that he couldn't care less about Gu Beiyue. He hurriedly carried Han Yunxi to the side and carefully patted her back and soothed her chest. He even kept feeding her water. It could be said that he was in a hurry. Unfortunately, before the water could even reach her throat, Han Yunxi coughed it out. And the action of patting was completely useless. In just a moment, Gu Beiyue and Han Yunxi became patient. Even Long Fei was coughing. Although it wasn't as serious as Han Yunxi and Gu, his throat kept itching. It made him very uncomfortable, and he had to cough a few times from time to time. What was going on? After Han Yunxi recovered, Long Fei asked, "Poisoned?" "I'm not sure." Cough cough. "It doesn't seem like it. This must be the second trial." "Too cunning." Han Yunxi coughed until her chest hurt before she could barely stop. She handed the water to Long Fei and said seriously, "Dr. Gu's body is very weak. He can't take this kind of torture. We have to take good care of him. Otherwise, we'll have come for nothing." If Gu Beiyue's life was gone from coughing, what was the point of getting the muscle growth ointment? After Long Fei confirmed that Han Yunxi was fine, he helped Gu Beiyue soothe his breathing and fed him water. Han Yunxi took his pulse seriously. His cough was the most serious, so the abnormality of his pulse should be the most obvious. Gu Beiyue coughed until he was out of breath. He couldn't care about anything else. Every time he coughed, his chest would hurt and his head would throb. He couldn't stop coughing to drink water. He had been very close to death countless times, but it had never been closer than this time. It had never been more uncomfortable than this time. It was so uncomfortable that he couldn't even think. Even though he tried very hard to calm himself down and take his pulse seriously, he couldn't do it. Since he couldn't drink water, Han Yunxi could only take out the spray bottle she used to deal with the poisonous mosquitoes. She filled it with clean water and sprayed it into Gu Beiyue's throat to make it feel better. However, this method was useless. Gu Beiyue still coughed without any signs of relief. Han Yunxi decisively took out her golden needles and performed acupuncture. However, to her surprise, even acupuncture didn't have any effect. The coughing kept getting worse. Although it wasn't accompanied by an asthma cough, Gu Beiyue would still be out of breath if this went on. Han Yunxi, who was always calm before a life-threatening situation, was scared. She asked anxiously, "Long Fei, what should we do?" Long Fei didn't understand this kind of thing. However, he didn't panic. He decisively took Gu Beiyue's hand and transferred the vital energy in his body to him. Vital energy was obtained from innate vital energy and acquired through cultivation. It was the foundation of maintaining life. Long Fei's vital energy was sufficient. His body's foundation was good because of his innate good physique and acquired from diligent cultivation of internal energy. Once Gu Beiyue received Long Fei's vital energy, his weak body seemed to be filled with a new strength. He finally had the strength to suppress his coughing and adjust his breathing. Seeing this, Han Yunxi was overjoyed and quickly fed him water. After drinking water to moisten his throat, Gu Beiyue felt much better. "Are you feeling better?" Han Yunxi asked anxiously. Long Fei looked at him. Cold, he didn't show any emotion. Han Yunxi didn't know what vital energy meant to a martial arts practitioner, but Gu Beiyue was very clear about it. He looked at Han Yunxi and then looked at Long Fei. His heart was like a spilled seasoning bottle, with mixed feelings. "Dr. Gu, quickly take our pulse and see what illness we have," Han Yunxi said anxiously. Who knew that Gu Beiyue's vision turned black and he suddenly fainted? Gu Beiyue! Long Fei was angry and continued to transfer vital energy to him. Unfortunately, Gu Beiyue didn't wake up. He said unhappily, "Trash." Han Yunxi quickly took Gu Beiyue's pulse, but unfortunately, she couldn't find anything. Other than Gu Beiyue's body being weak, there was nothing special about his pulse. She then took her and Long Fei's pulse, and it was normal. How did we get sick all of a sudden? Long Fei didn't understand. Although he was a layman, he knew that to cause abnormalities in the body, it was either an illness or a poison. Since Han Yunshi couldn't find out that it was a poison, then it was most likely an illness. Long Feiyi had just finished speaking when he couldn't help but cough a few times. When we passed through the passageway of the second level, we must have inhaled something to keep coughing like this. There's something called a virus. Once you come into contact with it, you'll get sick. Han Yunshi's explanation wasn't professional. To be exact, there were countless viruses, but not everyone who came into contact with them would get sick. Whether one got sick or not depended not only on the infectivity of the virus itself, but also on the human body's own immunity. This was a very profound subject to explain seriously. Han Yunshi could only tell Long Feiyi this. Although Long Feiyi didn't really understand what a virus was, he could basically understand what Han Yunshi meant. He asked very seriously, "In that case, we were ambushed by a virus." This analogy was too appropriate. Han Yunshi nodded seriously. Yes, that's right. She figured that only airborne viruses could sneak up on an expert like Long Fei without anyone noticing. Gu Beiyue's cough was the most severe. It was probably because his immunity was the weakest among the three of them. As the two of them were talking, a clap suddenly sounded from the darkness. An old man slowly walked over. He was dressed in the same clothes as the little medicine boy from before. He was the guardian of Medicine Requesting Cave, as expected of the successor chosen by the King of Medicine. Interesting. The old man looked at Han Yunshi with admiration. In this kind of environment, when one encountered a sudden illness, most people would think that it was due to some kind of evil method, such as being cursed or possessed. This girl was so young, but she was able to calmly analyze the reason. She was really different from the rest. Stop pretending to be mysterious. What's the second trial? Long Feiyi asked coldly. The old man wasn't anxious with them. He slowly walked in front of them and leisurely stroked his beard before answering, "Young man, you've actually passed the second trial. It's just that you won't be alive to reach the third trial." The old man was really slow. Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi were almost anxious to death. He even looked at Long Feiyi for a moment before continuing, "Young man, it's useless even if you inject true energy into him. His body is weak, so the illness acts up quickly. After an hour, no matter how strong or weak your body is, you'll all die of coughing." "So that's how it is." Han Yunshi was furious. She cursed, "Which black-hearted bastard set this rule? Isn't it just asking for medicine? How can it take someone's life?" The person who set the rules was naturally the medical hut's ancestor. Although many people in the medical hut had strong opinions about the rules left behind by the ancestor, no one dared to say it out loud, let alone curse like this. The old man's mouth twitched. He explained, "Don't be anxious. There's still a way to pass this trial." "What way?" Han Yunshi asked coldly. "Admit defeat. As long as you admit defeat, this old man will immediately present the medicine. I guarantee that the three of you will be cured," the old man said with a chuckle. "Is it very funny?" Han Yunshi's face darkened. Long Feiyi drew his sword and pointed it at the old man. "Give me the medicine. Otherwise, this prince will make you die here first." The old man trembled as he took a step back. "Young man, don't be rash. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to get the medicine. We will all die. This prince will kill you first. It won't be too late to find the medicine later." Long Feiyi really wanted to attack. Fortunately, Han Yunshi stopped him in time. She said in a low voice, "It's not worth it." Since ancient times, there had been many people begging for medicine. If the medicine requesting cave dared to set such a rule, it must be very confident. If they killed now, even if they got the medicine and were cured, they probably wouldn't be able to leave. The way to pass this trial was not to admit defeat, but to treat their illness. For now, they could only pin their hopes on Gu Beiyue. Han Yunshi persuaded him. Long Feiyi naturally put down his sword. The old man heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly dodged. Young man, you only have an hour. Think it over carefully. Hiding in the darkness, the old man, the king of medicine, was already bursting with joy. Han Yunshi's illness was called half-day cough. If it wasn't treated for half a day, it would be fatal. Even the dean of the medical academy couldn't do anything about it. He didn't believe that Han Yunshi and the rest could defy the heavens today. Chapter 622. There was only half an hour left. Either they were cured and the third challenge would begin, or they would die here. Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi had never considered admitting defeat. They had placed all their hopes on Gu Beiwei. The only thing they could do right now was to quickly wake Gu Beiwei up and ask him if there was any way to cure the half-day cough. Long Feiyi seriously felt Gu Beiwei's pulse. Han Yunshi was puzzled. You also know how to take pulses? I know a little. The true energy that I lost to him is running amok in his body. He probably couldn't bear it, which is why he fainted. Long Feiyi lightly said. Han Yunshi didn't understand anything related to martial arts. She also felt Gu Beiwei's pulse. She found that other than showing that his body was weak, there was nothing wrong with his pulse. Then what should we do now? She asked in a low voice. Treat a dead horse as a living horse. Long Feiyi's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Before Han Yunshi could understand what he meant, he had already grabbed Gu Beiwei's hand and poured true energy into Gu Beiwei's body. He already couldn't bear it, yet he still gave him true energy. Han Yunshi couldn't imagine the consequences. She wanted to stop him, but she was intimidated by Long Feiyi's serious and cold expression. She didn't dare to step forward. The little thing stood on Han Yunshi's shoulder. It was even more afraid of Long Feiyi than Han Yunshi. It was so anxious that it wanted to bite someone, but it didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Han Yunshi's worried expression. Long Feiyi felt somewhat helpless. This silly woman definitely didn't know how much damage he had done to his body by expending his true qi today. His true qi was vigorous and domineering. As soon as it entered Gu Beiwei's body, it went straight to his dantian. If Gu Beiwei's dantian was not injured, this power would be like a good medicine for him. Unfortunately, Gu Beiwei's dantian was seriously injured and he could not gather qi. Therefore, when this power reached his dantian, it scattered in all directions and scattered in his body, affecting the normal qi in Gu Beiwei's body. Long Feiyi continued to inject true qi into Gu Beiwei. In fact, this was the most overbearing and barbaric method, forcefully smoothing out the chaotic qi in Gu Beiwei's body. If he succeeded, Gu Beiwei would definitely wake up and feel refreshed. If he failed, he would suffer from qigong deviation and die from bleeding from his 7 orifices. Long Feiyi was so ruthless. Seeing Long Feiyi saving Gu Beiwei like this, the king of medicine, who was hiding in the dark, sneered again and again. What's the use of working so hard even if he wakes up? The old man was frightened by Long Feiyi's sword. At this time, he was standing beside the king of medicine. He yawned slowly. Let the young man do what he wants. In the end, he will have to admit defeat. The king of medicine was not as patient as him. He looked at Han Yunshi and the others while silently calculating the time. At this time, Gu Beiwei suddenly coughed softly. Han Yunshi and the little thing were very nervous. They stared at him without blinking. Long Feiyi did not stop. Instead, he increased the power. He no longer injected true qi, but poured it fiercely. Gu Beiwei groaned and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. If a martial arts practitioner saw this, they would immediately know the secret of Gu Beiwei's dantian. They would also know that Gu Beiwei's internal true qi was in chaos and that he could go mad at any time. Unfortunately, besides Long Feiyi, no one else present could tell. Long Feiyi, what's going on? Han Yunshi asked anxiously. Before Long Feiyi could answer, Gu Beiwei spoke up. This one is fine. I will have to trouble your Highness Duke of Qin to continue. He didn't even have the strength to open his eyes, but he spoke these words clearly and without hesitation. His pale face and tightly shut eyes were filled with stubbornness. He was as stubborn as a strong and foolish child. He clearly knew that his situation was very dangerous. He clearly knew that if he continued, he wouldn't go mad. Instead, he would bleed from his 7 orifices and die. Because, based on the current situation, the chances of success were too small. But he still persisted. This was a moment of life and death. Only the two men knew. A trace of admiration flitted across Long Fei's eyes, but he continued without hesitation. Powerful true qi flowed from Gu Beiyue's hand into Gu Beiyue's body. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of Gu Beiyue's mouth. The true qi in his body violently slammed against his internal organs. It was extremely chaotic. He felt like he would explode at any moment. Stop! Han Yunxi grabbed Long Fei's hand. Although she didn't understand, she could tell that Gu Beiyue was in great danger. Gu Beiyue didn't know where he got the strength, but he suddenly grabbed Han Yunxi's hand. Because he used too much force, he fell out of his wheelchair. Even so, Long Fei still held on to Gu Beiyue's hand tightly without stopping. Mama Yunxi had already made her move, so Lil Thing immediately pounced over and landed on the back of Long Fei's hand. It was about to bite down when Long Fei's other hand brushed it aside impatiently and sent Lil Thing flying. Long Fei, stop. He'll die. Han Yunxi pressed down on Long Fei's hand. If he can't live, neither can we, Long Fei said. Han Yunxi understood that Long Fei wasn't staking everything on a single throw, but that he had no other choice. She understood, but she couldn't let go. She couldn't harden her heart. He didn't rush her, but only looked at her coldly. His heart was always calmer and more ruthless than hers. Just as the two of them were in a deadlock, a powerful wave of true qi shot out from Gu Beiyue's hand and blasted Long Fei and Han Yunxi aside. The two of them backed up a few steps, while Gu Beiyue lay sprawled on the ground like a dead man, unmoving. Cheap! Lil Thing's shrill screeches shook the heavens as it pounced on Gu Beiyue like a madman, trying to feel out his breath. There was no telling what the results were, but Lil Thing remained sprawled on the ground, its body trembling. Han Yunxi was so scared that her face turned white. She clutched Long Fei's hand tightly, not daring to walk over. She was afraid. She was afraid that this trip would be for naught, that they'd part forever, that this world would never again have the gentle spring breeze of April. Dr. Gu, don't scare Yunxi, all right? Long Fei didn't expect this result. The true qi he'd lost to Gu Beiyue had actually been reflected back. Wasn't this fellow's Dantian seriously injured? Where did he get the strength? What was the state of his body now? Was he alive or dead? It had to be said that Long Fei wasn't sure either. But right at this moment, the old man hiding on the side reminded them, "You don't have much time left. If you don't admit defeat now, even the gods won't be able to save you once half-day cough acts up." Han Yunxi glared at the darkness, her gaze sharp enough to kill. The old man immediately shut up, but the king of medicine walked out with a laugh. "So what if you can save Gu Beiyue? This old man isn't afraid to tell you that even Academy head Gu couldn't treat this illness, much less a mere 5th-rank divine doctor like him." Hearing this, Han Yunxi came to a sudden realization. Her curses just then weren't wrong. The medicine requesting caves rules were designed to trick people. No one would be able to pass such a difficult illness. They'd come for nothing. If Gu Beiyue really died here, then it'd be the biggest mistake they'd ever made. Liar! Despicable! Her hatred flared as she raised her hand to activate the pear blossom teardrop rain. Just as she was about to shoot the poison needles, an extremely weak voice spoke up from behind her. "Esteemed Wang Fei, cough, calm your anger. This one can cure this illness." This voice was so weak, but it gave people hope and strength. Han Yunxi whipped her head back and saw that Gu Beiyue had already woken up. Lil Thing was standing on his shoulder, wiping away its tears. He didn't smile like he usually did. Instead, he had a determined look on his face. His gentle hand supported himself on the ground, supporting his weak body, as well as all of their hopes. Han Yunshi had never seen the gentle Dr. Gu in such a sorry state. She had also never seen the weak Dr. Gu so tenacious and strong. Although he was lying on the ground, he looked like an indomitable man, challenging the King of Medicine's authority and even the Medical Academy's authority. He said that he could cure an illness that even Academy head Gu couldn't treat. Han Yunshi strode over, but Long Feiyi was one step ahead of her and helped Gu Beiyue up. Gu Beiyue's leg was crippled and he couldn't stand properly. Long Feiyi supported him. He said in a low voice, "Looks like this prince's true energy wasn't wasted. This one's life was given to this one by your highness. This one will remember." Gu Beiyue also said in a low voice. Seeing that Gu Beiyue's mind was clear, Han Yunshi and Lil Thing were so happy that they were foolishly happy. The master and servant looked at Long Feiyi and Gu Beiyue and laughed foolishly. A mere fifth-rank divine doctor dares to speak so arrogantly. If you can cure this illness, why is it so serious? Humph. The King of Medicine sneered sarcastically. Gu Beiyue wasn't in a hurry to go back on his words. He sat back in his wheelchair before replying, "Senior King of Medicine, have you heard of the saying that Shinong tasted hundreds of herbs and invented medicine and agriculture?" "What do you mean?" The King of Medicine didn't understand. Gu Beiyue smiled faintly. "If you don't know the illness, how can you recognize it? If you don't know the illness, how can you treat it?" Perhaps he'd profited from his misfortune. If his body hadn't been so weak that his illness flared up prematurely, he wouldn't have been able to figure out what this whooping cough was. Now that he'd overcome a serious illness, he had a clear idea of what was going on. "Gu Beiyue, you really know how to treat whooping cough?" Han Yunshi was pleasantly surprised. She knew that Gu Beiyue's medical skills were beyond the fifth rank, but he didn't like scholarly titles. That was why he hadn't gone to the Medical Academy to advance. But she didn't know that Gu Beiyue's medical skills were so strong. Could it be that he could really surpass Academy head Gu of the Medical Academy? According to Han Yunshi's understanding, Academy head Gu had the highest rank in the history of Cloud Realm Medical Academy, an 8th-rank celestial doctor. The King of Medicine was secretly amazed that Gu Beiyue could comprehend such principles at such a young age. Still, he didn't believe that Gu Beiyue had the skills to treat the illness himself. Even if he did have the skills, he didn't have the time to do so. There was still the time it took to brew a cup of tea before half-day cough would break out again. But Gu Beiyue gave Han Yunshi a very certain answer. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this one can treat it. Before the illness flares up, you only need to decoct some medicine to cure the illness." Han Yunshi found it hard to believe, but she firmly believed in Gu Beiyue. "What kind of medicine is it?" "Longchun, Pinelia, autumn stone, and winter grass, one tael of each will do," Gu Beiyue said seriously. Hearing this, a complicated look flitted past the King of Medicine's eyes. After all, the prescription left behind by his ancestors really did contain these ingredients. The King of Medicine listened without batting an eyelid, but Gu Beiyue didn't say anything else. "That's it? Is there anything else?" Han Yunshi asked. Chapter 623. That's all? Han Yunshi was curious, but the King of Medicine was extremely nervous. He feared that Gu Beiyue would really go against the heavens and reveal the entire prescription. Was there more? Of course there was. Gu Beiyue was gentle even against the heavens. As he pondered, he listed out the names and quantities of the ingredient. 3 taels of fritillary, 1 tael of watermelon, 1 tael of asparagus, 1 tael of lily. Before Gu Beiyue could finish, the King of Medicine was already stunned. He looked towards the old man, only to see the same incredulous expression on his face. How was this possible? A 5th-rank divine doctor could actually treat half-day cough? Could it be that this young man's medical skills were even better than Academy head Gu's? That's definitely not possible. If Gu Beiyue's medical skills were really that good, why would he have stayed in Tianning's Imperial Physician Courtyard for so long? Why would he be a resident doctor at Pill Fiend Pharmacy? He didn't need to curry favor with anyone at all. As long as he went to the medical academy, he would definitely be able to get an official position and gain Academy head Gu's recognition. That would be a meteoric rise. Frankly speaking, as long as he had the heart, the medical academy would be his in the future. Very soon, Gu Beiyue finished listing out the prescription. There were 17 ingredients in total, exactly the same as the one the King of Medicine had received. This must be a coincidence. The King of Medicine was very certain. Gu Beiyue didn't answer him, but asked the old man seriously, "Is this Junior's prescription correct?" Although the old man didn't want to admit it, he still nodded. "Yes, all of them are correct. Your prescription is for half-day cough. You only need to apply it once, and the illness will be cured." Han Yunshi was delighted. "Then hurry and bring the medicine over." The old man slowly stroked his beard, hesitating. He finally understood why the King of Medicine had insisted on taking Han Yunshi as his disciple and keeping her at the medical cottage. Han Yunshi's ability to identify medicines was amazing, and Gu Beiyue's medical skills were extraordinary. If they could keep these two people, the medical hut's future would not be worried. The old man was reluctant. He looked at Han Yunshi and Gu Beiyue and didn't take out the medicine. "Where's the medicine?" Long Feiyi asked. The old man was still hesitating when the King of Medicine suddenly said, "You have to find the herbs yourselves. The medicine requesting cave never stores ordinary herbs." "What do you mean?" Gu Beiyue, who had the best temper, was angry. Who would have thought that the old man would actually conspire with the King of Medicine to open the stone door behind them? "Once you step out of the medicine requesting cave, you will see 100 mu of medicinal fields. You young people are so capable, I believe that you will definitely be able to get the medicine. The old man will wait here for you to come back and take you to the third stage. Remember, you only have a total of 2 hours. Go quickly and come back quickly." This old man was even more hateful than the King of Medicine. His words were so nice, but they were actually the most hypocritical. Despicable. Gu Beiyue couldn't help but curse. They still had an hour to pass the third stage, but they didn't have time to find the medicine because the half-day cough would soon break out. Once it did, they would be in a state of terminal illness. Who would have the ability to find the medicine? The King of Medicine and this old man took advantage of this and deliberately made things difficult for them. They actually had the face to say such nice words. Gu Beiyue looked at them angrily. The King of Medicine and the old man felt guilty. They didn't dare to refute and pretended not to hear. If they met someone else today, they would definitely adhere to the principle of fairness and justice. However, facing Han Yunshi and Gu Beiyue, who had created miracles, they really couldn't bear to let go. In other people's territory they had to ask for help, but in the end they were controlled by others. Gu Beiyue looked at Long Feiyi, and Long Feiyi also looked at him. Other than using force, the two of them couldn't think of a countermeasure at the moment. However, Han Yunshi asked coldly, "Since we've found the medicine, do we still have to boil it?" This question was very sarcastic. The King of Medicine and the old man looked at each other. In the end, it was the King of Medicine who was thick-skinned and answered, "That's your problem. The rules of the second stage are that those who are cured pass." Han Yunshi didn't say anything more and only snorted disdainfully. She had the medicine. She carried 2 large dimensions with her. If she couldn't even take out the medicine, how could she survive? The most powerful function of the detoxification system was to automatically create the antidote. The prerequisite for creating the antidote was that she had enough medicine in reserve. One had to know that she had replenished her stock every time she entered and exited Medicine City. "Dr. Gu, Can you recite those 17 medicines again? Han Yunshi asked. Gu Beiwe didn't understand this. Just recite it if I tell you to, Long Feiyi muttered on the side. He also didn't know what Han Yunshi wanted to do, but he had already formed a habit. This habit was called being obedient. Gu Beiwe could only be obedient. However, when he recited the first medicine, prune yearning, Han Yunshi took out a packet of powder from her medical pouch and said seriously, "This is prune yearning." Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Han Yunshi, what was going on? How many medicines did you bring? The king of medicine inexplicably felt uneasy. Han Yunshi deliberately looked over with a threatening expression. I brought all of them. Humph, I'll scare you to death. As she spoke, she couldn't help but cough a few times and urged Gu Beiwe, hurry up, time is limited. Not only the king of medicine, but Gu Beiwe and Long Feiyi were also shocked. Gu Beiwe didn't have time to think and hurriedly continued, Penelia, autumn stone, winter grass. Every time he recited a medicine, Han Yunshi immediately escaped from the medical pouch. In the end, all 17 medicines were placed in front of everyone. This, the king of medicine and the other elders widened their eyes in shock. They were so shocked that their jaws almost fell off. They rushed over at the same time to check the medicines, but Han Yunshi avoided them. Long Feiyi cough, hot water. Time was very tight. The frequency of their coughing was getting higher and higher. They had to take the medicine immediately. Long Feiyi was also shocked, but he quickly took out the kettle. Han Yunshi poured away most of the water and left a certain amount. She dissolved all the medicinal powders in the water and handed it to Gu Beiwe. Dr. Gu, try it. What do you think? Gu Beiwe took a sip and was even more amazed. Not only were the 17 herbs all correct, but the effect of the medicine made by dissolving the medicinal powders in the water was almost the same as the one made by boiling. This is it. Gu Beiwe took 2 more sips and handed it to Han Yunshi. 3 sips will do. Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi quickly drank the medicine. As the elder said, as long as they took the medicine, they would be cured. The itchiness in their throats immediately disappeared. They only coughed a few times and felt better. This was truly heaven-defying. The previous miracles were nothing compared to this. The king of medicine and the elder were dumbfounded. They would rather believe that they were dreaming than believe the reality in front of them. Old man, keep your promise and take us to the 3rd stage immediately, Han Yunshi said loudly without holding back. The elder came back to his senses. Although Han Yunshi and the others had indeed recovered, he still had doubts in his heart. Or it could be said that he was lucky. Old man has to take your pulse first. When he said this, his heart was weak. Han Yunshi was about to reach out her hand when Long Feiyi pulled her behind him. He was more than a head taller than the elder and looked at him coldly. He waved his hand and said coldly, "Hurry up." The elder couldn't help but tremble and step back in fear. No need. It's almost time. You should have recovered. Otherwise, it would have acted up long ago, right? The elder wanted to laugh to ease the atmosphere, but unfortunately, his laughter was really ugly. He looked up at Long Feiyi's cold face and cold eyes. Not to mention touching his hand, even if he got too close, he would lose his balance. Then why aren't you leading the way? Long Feiyi asked in return. The elder was shocked again. He didn't care about anything else and hurried forward, just follow the old man. When they were far away, the king of medicine came back to his senses and caught up with them. His eyes were fixed on Han Yunshi's medical bag. His gaze could see through the small cloth bag. How many things could that small medical bag hold? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? It was a special powder that could be brewed directly. There must be something special about this medical bag. It might even be a treasure of the medicine world. Soon enough, Han Yunshi looked back, causing the king of medicine to withdraw his gaze. But Han Yunshi had long expected this. This wasn't the first time someone had coveted her medical bag, so she didn't find it strange. She snorted disdainfully on purpose, and looked down on the King of Medicine for a while before turning back and continuing to walk forward. Her medical bag wasn't much different from those carried by most female physicians in Cloud Realm continent. There was nothing special about it at all. It was completely unremarkable. Lady Tianxin had personally sewn this bag for her daughter's dowry. She just happened to see it and took it for herself. It only contained a few commonly used medicines and acupuncture needles. Its true function was as a cover. Han Yunxi used this bag to take out things from the detox system and poison storage space. Its preciousness lay in the embroidery of the Xian character. If it fell into anyone else's hands, it would be useless. The old man led the way while the King of Medicine followed behind. Neither of them knew what the third trial would be like, but they were still fine after 2 trials. "Dr. Gu, is your body all right?" Han Yunxi asked in a low voice. "It's all thanks to your Highness Duke of Qin's true qi that this one's life was saved," Gu Beiyue said seriously. Long Feiyi was curious as to how his true qi had been repelled, but he didn't want to talk too much about martial arts in front of Han Yunxi. It wasn't convenient for Gu Beiyue to talk about it either, so he changed the subject. "Esteemed Wang Fei, how did you happen to have these medicines in your medical bag? And you even finished grinding them?" Gu Beiyue had long been interested in Han Yunxi's medical bag. He'd peeked at Han Yunxi's ability to take medicine out of thin air, while Long Feiyi had long seen Han Yunxi's skills from the rooftop. He'd even checked Han Yunxi's medical bag before. Although he didn't ask, he pricked up his ears to listen. Han Yunxi had been forced to take out the 17 powders in front of everyone. She'd long expected Gu Beiyue and Long Feiyi to ask questions, but she hadn't figured out how to answer them yet. This matter was really troublesome. Han Yunxi was silent for a long time. Gu Beiyue had always been considerate, but this time, he was too shocked. Seeing her silence, he teased, "Esteemed Wang Fei, your medical bag looks like 100 medicine bag." Han Yunxi really wanted to say, "It's a coincidence," but even she felt that this reason was an insult to her intelligence. She was conflicted. At this moment, the old man helped her out. He said, "Everyone, we've reached the last trial of the medicine requesting cave. What would the last trial be like?" Behind them, the King of Medicine narrowed his eyes sinisterly. Chapter 624. Long Feiyi and Gu Beiyue were curious as to where Han Yunxi's 17 medicinal powders came from. Han Yunxi was curious as to how high Gu Beiyue's level of medical expertise was. Long Feiyi was curious as to how his vigorous and overbearing true energy could be repelled by Gu Beiyue's frail body. In short, both of them had their suspicions, but at this moment, they had to put all their doubts aside because the stone door to the 3rd stage was right in front of them. This was the last stage of the medicine requesting cave, so one could imagine how difficult it would be. The 1st stage was to identify medicinal ingredients, the 2nd stage was to treat illnesses, and both were related to medicine. What would the 3rd stage be? Han Yunxi thought that it would definitely be related to medicine. As long as it was within the realm of medicine, they were not afraid. She inadvertently turned around to take a look, and realized that the old man, the King of Medicine, had already disappeared. "What's the 3rd stage?" Long Feiyi asked. "The old man is only responsible for sending you here." The old man took a few steps back, and in the darkness, his figure was faintly discernible. Just as he was about to leave, he could not help but say, "Young people, if you don't listen to the advice of your elders, you'll suffer." "What do you mean?" Han Yunxi asked. Once you reach the 3rd stage, you won't even have the chance to admit defeat. You won't," the old man said as he retreated, and his voice grew fainter and fainter. As soon as his voice disappeared, another voice came from the darkness on the other side. This time it was a female voice. "Io, how can there be such a handsome man in this world?" Han Yunxi and the other 2 turned around to look, and saw an alluring young woman slowly walking out. She was wearing a tube top and bloomers below, looking very cool. As she walked, she swayed her slender waist, and tilted her head in a flirtatious manner. As the woman approached, a faintly discernible fragrance gradually diffused in the air. Han Yunshi did not discover that the fragrance was poisonous. She was worried, so she activated the detoxification system's detection function, but did not find anything strange. This fragrance is not ordinary. It smells like medicine, Gu Beiwei whispered. Medicine? What happens if you smell it for a long time? Han Yunshi hurriedly asked. Some knockout drugs and anesthetics were not in the category of poison, but in the category of medicine. The detoxification system could not detect them. She could basically smell these kinds of drugs, and did not need to rely on the detoxification system. However, this was the first time she smelled the fragrance of the woman. She couldn't be sure if it was poison or medicine. It just smells like it, but it could also be poison. This one has never smelled such a scent before. Gu Beiwei said truthfully. The two of them seriously smelled the aroma while pondering. Long Fei Ye's fist was placed in front of his nose. He obviously didn't like the smell. That woman's pair of red phoenix eyes kept shooting flirtatious glances at Long Fei. She almost ignored Han Yunshi and Gu Beiwei. She walked past them and headed straight for Long Fei Yi. The corner of Han Yunshi's mouth twitched as she thought, could the third test be the beauty test? Gu Beiwei sat in his wheelchair and was gently stroking Lil Thing, as if he was deliberately avoiding this woman. Deep down, Gu Beiwei was a conservative man. Long Fei Yi, on the other hand, was cold as he watched the woman approach. Sir, what is your surname? The woman asked coyly. Long Fei Yi did not answer. The woman was secretly delighted. She liked cold, arrogant men like this. She kept walking forward, but Long Fei suddenly kicked her in the stomach before she could even get close. The kick sent her flying and made her disappear into the darkness around them. Gu Beiwei had unknowingly raised his head and looked over. His brows were slightly furrowed. No matter what, he could not raise his hand to a woman. Han Yunshi was amused. She joked, "Does your highness not know how to treat a woman with such a good figure?" Long Fei Yi glared at her coldly. His fierce gaze made Han Yunshi shut her mouth resentfully. Soon, the woman suddenly flew out from the darkness. She was bleeding from her 7 orifices. She angrily pointed at Long Fei Yi. "You dare to raise your hand against this lady. This lady will make you regret it." This prince only raised his foot. "You are not qualified for this prince to raise his hand," Long Fei Yi said. "You." The woman was furious. Her facial features were twisted together as blood flowed. It was a hideous and terrifying sight. Han Yunshi finally understood why Gu Beiwei was frowning. Long Fei Ye's kick had caused her to bleed from her 7 orifices. It was really too ruthless. "What is the third test? Speak." Long Fei Ye's tone was completely commanding. "Less nonsense. Go in if you have the guts." The woman snorted. With a wave of her hand, the stone door automatically opened. Instantly, a fragrance floated out. It was exactly the same as the one on her body. This fragrance, there was definitely something fishy about it. Han Yunshi could laugh as she watched other women seduce Long Fei Yi, but she absolutely could not bear to see other women provoke Long Fei Yi. If he could be provoked by a woman, was he still Long Fei Yi? Long Fei Yi did not move. She confidently walked through the door. So much nonsense before opening the door. So slow. No matter what was fishy about this fragrance, they had already walked this far. Even if they walked this path to the end, they still had to resolutely walk forward. The woman finally noticed Han Yunshi. She narrowed her eyes and looked at her with a murderous aura. However, before she could open her mouth, Long Fei Ye's cold voice came from behind, "Scram." That kick just now was enough to make the woman obediently retreat. Long Fei Yi did not even look at her as he walked over and pushed Gu Beiwei through the door. The woman did not follow them in. Instead, she closed the stone door. Hearing the sound of the stone door closing behind them, Han Yunshi and the other two were not surprised. Because they were shocked by the scene in front of their eyes. They had never thought that there would be such a place hidden in this cave. They also never thought that the third stage would be like this. At this moment they were standing on the cliff. 10 steps in front of them was a bottomless abyss. The abyss was very wide. No matter how good one's qigong was, it was impossible to fly across it. In the abyss there was a row of wooden bridge. It twisted and turned like a dragon lying in the abyss. The distance between each wooden bridge was very far. Those who were not good at jumping would not be able to jump over it. Even if they could jump over it, if they were not careful, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the other side of the abyss, they could faintly see a cliff. On the cliff, there was a stone door with a big word, medicine, written on it. That door should be the door to open the medicine storehouse. The things we want are in there? Han Yunshi mumbled. The third stage is to cross the abyss? Gu Beiwei guessed. These wooden bridges are suspended in the air. Once you step on them, will they sink and become unstable? Long Fei didn't say a word, but simply flew over and landed on the ground. His foot landed lightly on the first wooden stake, causing it to sink a little. Long Fei exerted a bit more strength, causing the stake to sink even further. Seeing this, Han Yunshi and Gu Beiwei looked at each other. These wooden bridges were indeed not fixed. If they jumped over them one by one, it would be over if they lost their footing. It seems that we will have to trouble His Highness Duke of Qin. Gu Beiwei smiled helplessly. If it was before, it would only take him an instant to cross the abyss. Now, he could only ask someone to carry him across. Including me, we will have to trouble him twice. Han Yunshi looked pensive. Just cross this abyss? It can't be that simple, right? As soon as she finished speaking, there was a whistle and a group of black things flew out of the abyss. Han Yunshi looked carefully and saw that they were the most ferocious birds, the man-eating vultures. Long Fei Yi instantly flew back and stood in front of Han Yunshi. He said in a low voice, "Be careful, these black vultures can eat people." The man-eating vultures split into 2 groups. Half of them flew to the opposite cliff, while the other half flew to Han Yunshi's side. They did not attack them, but landed on the side and stared at them covetously. The one controlling these vultures must be that woman from before. She was hiding nearby but did not appear. What were the rules of the third stage? Let's cross it as soon as possible. This fragrance will suppress one's internal energy. The longer we stay, the more it will be suppressed. Long Fei Yi said in a low voice. He used his internal energy to fly to the other side of the cliff and discovered this secret. No matter what the rules of the third stage were, their destination was on the other side. As long as they crossed the abyss, everything would be over. Han Yunshi and Gu Beiwei could not cross the abyss alone. They could only rely on him to carry them. In such a short time, his internal energy was suppressed by 30 to 40%. If he delayed any longer, he might not be able to fly over. Your Highness, let me try. Gu Beiwei said seriously. Long Fei Yi generously agreed. At this time, the woman from before and the old man, the king of medicine, were watching all of this in the dark. The woman had already wiped away the blood on her face, but it was difficult to hide her pale face. She coldly snorted. You want to break my sealing skill incense? Simply wishful thinking. Hee, old man's plan is not bad, right? The old man, the king of medicine, laughed. Long Fei Yi had stayed for so long that his internal energy should only be 60 to 70%. Moreover, it was still being suppressed. If he took 2 people to cross the abyss at the same time, the man-eating vultures would take advantage of them to attack in the abyss. He would not be able to protect Han Yunshi and Gu Beiwei. Therefore, he could only use his fastest speed to bring 1 person over at a time. If Long Fei Yi only brought 1 person to cross the abyss at a time, he would have to leave 1 person behind on both sides of the abyss. In this way, no matter if he left Gu Beiwei behind and sent Han Yunshi to the other side first, or left Han Yunxi behind and sent Gu Beiwei to the other side first, Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei would have to face the man-eating vultures alone for a period of time. Without Long Feiye's protection, how could Gu Beiwei and Han Yunxi deal with such a large group of man-eating vultures? This was a dilemma with no way to advance or retreat. There was no solution. Amazing. Truly amazing. Hee, if you didn't say it, I wouldn't have known that Qin Wangfei didn't know martial arts. The woman laughed. This girl is a genius. She doesn't need to know martial arts. The king of medicine's line of sight never left Han Yunxi. He had lived in the medicinal hut for a long time. Ever since he entered the medicinal hut when he was young, the furthest he went to was the medicine testing convention. He didn't know much about the outside world, and he knew very little about Han Yunxi and the others. He knew that Han Yunxi didn't know martial arts, but he didn't know that Han Yunxi knew the art of poison. He also didn't know that Han Yunxi had hidden weapons. He knew that Gu Beiwei was a 5th-rank divine doctor because Han Yunxi mentioned it in her letter. The two of them were secretly delighted as they waited for a good show. At this time, Gu Beiwei had already put away his needles. Acupuncture had no effect at all. He couldn't do anything about this fragrance. Is it medicine or poison? Han Yunxi was also puzzled. She sighed with emotion. The medicinal hut was still a medicinal hut. In the end, there would be things that she and Gu Beiwei didn't know about and couldn't deal with. These vultures wouldn't be waiting for Long Feiyi to exhaust his internal energy before attacking us, right? She was suspicious. That should be it, Gu Beiwei said seriously. However, Long Feiyi denied it. No, they can attack you at any time because with this king's current internal energy, this king can only bring one person to cross the abyss at a time. The king of medicine and the woman's guess was right. Long Feiyi had a lot of misgivings. Han Yunxi thought for a moment and suddenly realized, the rules of the 3rd stage were set at the last minute. This trap was set for us. She looked in the direction of the whistle and gave a cold snort. She really doesn't put this princess and Dr. Gu in her eyes at all. Your Highness, it's better to go over as soon as possible to avoid any accident. The Princess Consort has hidden weapons and this one has a little thing. We can deal with these vultures, Gu Beiwei seriously said. Han Yunxi coldly said, this princess will poison these animals to death first. Let's see if the king of medicine dares to keep me here. Chapter 625. Han Yunxi knew the poison arts, but she was only good at curing poisons. The number of times she'd used poisons could be counted on one hand. This time, she was clearly angry. Time is of the essence. I'll take Gu Beiwei over first. You be careful. Long Feiyi was still very confident in her poison skills. Back in the day, she'd killed the bat swarm in Carefree City with ease. The abyss was very wide, while the wooden bridge was very long. There was no telling what would happen on the way across, so he wouldn't risk Han Yunxi. Taking Gu Beiwei with him counted as scouting the way. You guys be careful too, Han Yunxi said as she glared at Lil Thing in Gu Beiwei's hands. She warned, protect Dr. Gu well, or else you'll be held accountable. Lil Thing nodded its head like a lackey, but its heart was laughing. Mama Yunxi doesn't need to warn me, I'll protect the gentleman well. In the face of danger, Lil Thing had to advance and retreat with everyone else. Long Feiyi pushed the wheelchair and was about to circulate his internal energy to push Gu Beiwei out when a whistle sounded. All of the man-eating vultures suddenly flew towards Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwei to surround them, completely ignoring Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi turned to look in the direction of the whistle, her eyes narrowing into slits. You're seeking death. The whistle had come from the alluring woman. She really didn't care about Han Yunxi at all. Her only target was Long Feiyi. That's right. As long as we trap the Duke of Qin's footsteps and stall for time, once his internal energy is sealed by the skill-sealing incense, they'll never be able to cross. The king of medicine was usually solemn, but now he was as excited as a child. The alluring woman stared at the mass of man-eating vultures, waiting for Long Feiyi to counterattack. She said, "Old Yao, we agreed that you'd leave the Duke of Qin at Medicine Requesting Cave after this. Of course. Don't hurt that girl." The King of Medicine's attention was all on Han Yunshi. He thought that if he had such a granddaughter, he could die in peace. The vultures beat their wings as they drew closer. By now, they'd already covered Long Fei and Gu Beiyue's figures, but Long Fei didn't make a move. The enchanting woman was flabbergasted. If this drags on, it won't do him any good. While they were talking, black feathers suddenly fell from the dense crowd of man-eating vultures. There were quite a few of them. The cannibal vulture shed its feathers? These man-eating vultures were all adult. Although they were bald like vultures, their feathers were plump and would rarely fall off. The enchanting woman and the King of Medicine were both shocked. What was going on? Suddenly, with a bang, a man-eating vulture fell to the ground from the flock. The enchanting woman and the King of Medicine were dumbfounded. This man-eating vulture's feathers were all gone. It was as naked as a plucked turkey. Its eyes were no longer sharp. They were round and frightened. It jumped around like a headless fly, letting out strange cries. It flapped its wings with all its might. Unfortunately, its featherless wings could no longer fly. Soon, the bald man-eating vultures fell one after another. Black feathers fluttered in the air, and the featherless turkey ran all over the ground. The entire cave was filled with the ghostly cries of the man-eating vultures. Anyone who saw this scene would be intoxicated. The enchanting woman and the King of Medicine were dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. Long Fei and Gu Beiyue knew what was going on. Gu Beiyue laughed loudly, and Long Fei could not help but laugh. Han Yunshi seldom used poison, but every time she used poison, it would leave a deep impression in people's minds. It was unforgettable. It was indeed Han Yunshi who used poison needles. Her poison skills were superb, but her poisoning skills were terrible. She could not deal with so many vultures at once, so she could only use this method to scare the man-eating vultures. Sure enough, as more and more man-eating vultures fell to the ground, those who had not been affected spread out, for fear that they would be the next victims. Gradually, the figures of Long Fei and Gu Beiyue appeared, and there were no obstacles in front of them. The enchanting woman had always thought that it was Long Fei's trick. But she saw that Long Fei was pushing the wheelchair with both hands and did nothing. Who on earth made the man-eating vultures, which she was most proud of, so funny? She angrily came forward. Who did it? Come out. It was me. Han Yunshi generously admitted. The enchanting woman looked back in shock. She saw Han Yunshi raise her hand, and a golden needle flew out from her sleeve towards her. She did not expect it and did not have time to dodge. She held her breath and was so scared that her face turned pale. Only when the golden needle flew past her face did she breathe a sigh of relief. Her back was cold. Don't be afraid. I know that you are the guardian of the third trial. I am not stupid enough to kill you, Han Yunshi coldly said. No matter what the rules of the third trial were, at least they could not directly attack the guardian, and the guardian could not directly attack them. You actually know how to use hidden weapons. The enchanting woman was in disbelief. Han Yunshi looked at the darkness behind her and smiled. Poison skills are my main profession. Hidden weapons are considered an amateur. What do you mean? The enchanting woman did not understand. That is, those who dare to block my way will all be poisoned to death. Han Yunshi's smile suddenly turned cold, and her murderous aura was threatening. The enchanting woman was so frightened that she took a step back. Hiding in the darkness, the old man King of Medicine grabbed his beard with one hand and pressed the other hand on his chest. He was so scared. How come he did not know that this girl's poison skills were so powerful? If he left her in the medicine hut, what if one day she was in a bad mood and poisoned all his medicinal herbs? The old man King of Medicine's determination was shaken for the first time. The enchanting woman was afraid, but she did not admit defeat. She sneered, "With such great ability, why don't you walk over yourself? I am lazy. Anyway, my man will carry me." Han Yunshi lazily replied. At this time, Long Feiye's palm hit Gu Beiyue's wheelchair and sent it flying. He also immediately flew into the air. He would not step on a wooden stake to cross the abyss step by step. With his current skill, he could smoothly cross the abyss by borrowing the strength of the wooden stake 2 or 3 times. The enchanting woman was very anxious. She whistled with a strange tone. The man-eating vultures that had just escaped flew back again. It seemed that there were some new ones joining them. The number was so large that people would have goosebumps just by looking at them. Han Yunshi was puzzled. Were these man-eating vultures forgetful? Did they forget the threat just now, or were they forcibly controlled? A large number of man-eating vultures gathered in the air, forming a solid black wall, blocking the path of Long Feiye and Gu Beiyue. Long Feiye caught up with Gu Beiyue. He held the wheelchair's armrest with one hand and pulled out his sword with the other. Although killing these man-eating vultures would consume internal strength, it was better than wasting time. In the cultivation sealing incense, time was internal strength to him. After he brought Gu Beiyue over, he still had to come back and take Han Yunshi away. Every moment he delayed, Han Yunshi would be in more danger. Long Feiye held his sword tightly and suddenly raised it. Like a rainbow, the sword chi slashed towards the man-eating vulture's wall. With just one slash, the solid black wall was smashed into pieces. Many man-eating vultures died. The rest seemed to be enraged and crazily attacked Long Feiye. Long Feiye faced them head-on. With one hand, he raised his sword and slashed it down. Blood splattered everywhere. With the other hand, he held the wheelchair's armrest, firmly supporting Gu Beiyue and the wheelchair's weight. He did not let Gu Beiyue lean at all. Gu Beiyue looked at the back of his hand with blue veins popping out. His heart was full of complicated feelings. The little thing also looked at him and felt a little distressed. It always knew that although Long Dada looked very fierce, he was actually very good to his people. Although Long Feiye killed many man-eating vultures and carried Gu Beiyue forward, they did not go far. The enchanting woman laughed proudly. Can he carry you across? Just you wait. This woman was very flirtatious, but she was not brainless. Her man-eating vultures did not attack Han Yunshi or Gu Beiyue. Instead, they concentrated on attacking Long Feiye. She knew that Long Feiye was their main force. As long as she restrained Long Feiye, they would definitely not be able to cross the bridge. Even if there were more man-eating vultures, they would not be Long Feiye's opponent. However, Long Feiye could not afford to waste time. Han Yunshi ignored the enchanting woman's provocation. She shot a few dark needles in succession. Like before, many man-eating vultures were shot down. However, this time, it did not serve as a warning to others. These man-eating vultures were like men of sacrifice. They were ordered to die. Han Yunshi's eyes flashed. She continued to shoot a few more needles to test the waters. The enchanting woman sneered disdainfully. Take your time. Don't worry. I will count them one by one for you. Han Yunshi tilted her head and looked at her. Are you sure? The enchanting woman was somewhat uncertain. However, she still said arrogantly, I'm sure. Wait. Han Yunshi walked forward and squatted down in front of a dead man-eating vulture. She took out a row of golden needles and performed acupuncture on the dead man-eating vulture. The enchanting woman walked closer to take a closer look. She saw that Han Yunshi's golden needles were dipped in poison. They were all black. After a while, the man-eating vulture's corpse emitted a strange smell. Instead of killing the living ones, she used poison on the dead ones. What was this woman trying to do? The enchanting woman covered her nose and didn't understand what was going on. The group of man-eating vultures that were besieging Long Feiye seemed to be possessed. They rushed to Han Yunshi's side. The enchanting woman was so shocked that she whistled. However, the man-eating vultures were completely out of her control. They rushed over crazily. After Han Yunshi stepped back, the man-eating vultures all rushed to the corpse and fought for food. All the man-eating vultures that ate the corpse died on the spot without exception. Once they died, they immediately became the food of their companions. This cycle continued. After a while, the ground was covered with corpses. Long Fei Yi looked back and continued to move forward with Gu Beiyue without hesitation. Han Yunxi stood aside with her arms crossed in front of her chest. She looked high and mighty. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, as if she was the controller of the man-eating vultures. The enchanting woman was so scared that her face turned pale. No, no. You don't have to count them one by one, because they will all die. Han Yunxi threw down these words and turned to the edge of the abyss. She had tested them just now and confirmed that the man-eating vultures had been given a death order. All the birds that were completely under her control would be poisoned with a poison named cannibalism, just like the giant bats in Liberty City. The poison was the same. It was just that the method of poisoning was different. If the enchanting woman was smart enough, she would have attacked her. The threat of the man-eating vultures was gone. They should be safe. Han Yunxi stood at the edge of the abyss and looked at the backs of Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiyue. She was waiting for Long Fei Yi to come and pick her up. They should have enough time. However, Han Yunxi soon found that she was wrong. Because Chapter 626. Han Yunxi's mistake was not to miscalculate the time, but to underestimate the seductive woman's sinister cruelty. Just like her, the seductive woman stared at Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiyue's backs without making a move. It was as if she had given up, but in reality, she was looking for the best opportunity to make a move. This time, she'd like to see just how much help Han Yunxi had. At this moment, Long Fei Yi was already halfway through the journey. He was hovering in the air above the abyss, but he had yet to borrow strength from the wooden stakes. The seductive woman was secretly impressed. She did not expect Long Fei Yi's inner strength to be so terrifying. She originally thought that Long Fei Yi would need to borrow strength from the wooden stakes at least 3 times. She did not expect him to be able to fly halfway through the journey with a wheelchair-bound cripple. He really can't be underestimated. Sigh, what a pity! The seductive woman muttered to herself. She had always been ruthless, but facing such an outstanding man like Long Fei Yi, she was still somewhat reluctant. Of course, she would rather destroy something that was destined to be unattainable. At this moment, the old man king of medicine, who was hiding in the darkness, was also staring at Long Fei Yi. He knew very well what the seductive woman was going to do. He was so nervous that he clutched his long beard tightly, forgetting about the pain. He did not have the solemn and dignified aura that he had outside. He was frightened by the group of man-eating vultures that were killing each other. He was already regretting his decision, and did not dare to keep Han Yunxi in the medicine hut. However, he still wanted to be Han Yunxi's master, a true master. He wanted to teach her medicine and give her the medicine hut in the future. Han Yunxi's excellence would convince people wholeheartedly and make people unable to let go. To save this master-disciple relationship, he had to stop the seductive woman. However, he could not do it because he could not make the decision in the medicine-requesting cave. Since Han Yunxi and the others had entered the medicine-requesting cave, they had to walk this path to the end. Abruptly, Long Fei, who had been flying through the air above the bridge, dropped to the ground. He was finally going to borrow strength. At this moment, he was ruthlessly stomping down on the wooden stake below. When it came to borrowing force, the stronger the force, the greater the rebound force. Without a doubt, Long Fei Yi's stomp was very heavy. He wanted to use this stomp to speed up and reach the opposite shore. After all, he was worried about Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi understood the principle of borrowing power. She was very confident in Long Fei Yi, but she never thought that when Long Fei Yi was about to step on the wooden stake, the enchanting woman would suddenly order, "Release the arrows." In an instant, countless sharp arrows shot through the air and accurately struck the wooden stake, causing it to shatter into pieces. The fragments scattered into the abyss and disappeared. Long Fei Yi missed a step and instantly lost his center of gravity. Together with Gu Beiyue, he fell down hard. Originally, when he needed to borrow strength, he was almost unable to support himself. Adding on the strength of his stomp, they fell 3 to 4 meters deep. At the same time, the skill-sealing incense in the air suddenly became very strong. It was so strong that it made people unable to control themselves and sneeze. The enchanting woman wanted to kill them all. Long Fei. Han Yunxi was shocked. She saw Long Fei and Gu Beiyue falling down rapidly. There was nothing to cling onto as their figures were getting further and further away. Long Fei. She kept shouting. She didn't know if Long Fei heard her or not, as he didn't respond to her. Everything happened too suddenly. I also don't know what's at the bottom of the abyss. The enchanting woman was somewhat regretful. But when facing Han Yunxi, she maintained a calm and composed attitude. But one thing is certain. You will lose. In less than an hour, time is up. Han Yunxi didn't care about winning or losing. She was lying on the edge of the abyss, trying her best to look at the smaller and smaller figures. She kept shouting Long Fei's name, hoping to receive a response. She hoped that the man would reply to her like before, "Don't worry." What was at the bottom of the abyss wasn't important at all. The important thing was that Long Fei was in the middle of the abyss. There was nothing around him that he could borrow strength from. The important thing was that Long Fei was carrying the injured Gu Beiyue. The important thing was that the skill-sealing incense had suddenly become strong. Long Fei's internal energy had been greatly consumed. Who knew how much internal energy he had left and how long he could last? At this time, Han Yunxi was still calm. She immediately raised her hand and aimed the hidden needle at the enchanting woman. "Remove the skill-sealing incense, otherwise this princess will kill you." This was the only way she could help Long Fei. After the skill-sealing incense was removed, even if Long Fei's internal energy couldn't be fully recovered, at least it wouldn't continue to weaken. There was still hope. "Are you threatening me?" He. The enchanting woman deliberately covered her face and laughed. "This Wang Fei is ordering you," Han Yunxi said sternly. "If I don't?" The enchanting woman provoked. Han Yunxi didn't speak nonsense. The poisonous needle flew out in an instant. The enchanting woman immediately dodged. Han Yunxi's eyes flashed and the torrential pear blossom needles shot out. These needles were dipped in 33 kinds of poisons. Some needed to be touched to be poisoned, while some had poisonous powder that could be inhaled. The enchanting woman wasn't a first-class expert. Facing so many hidden needles, she was overwhelmed. Although she barely dodged, she didn't dodge in time and inhaled the poisonous powder. She immediately felt her whole body itch unbearably. "You dare to move against the gatekeeper? You can forget about leaving this place for the rest of your life." The enchanting woman flew into a rage. Long Fei's life was in danger. Han Yunxi didn't care about the rules. Even if the rules were set by the old Jade Emperor, she would still treat them as farts. She angrily said, "Immediately remove the skill-sealing incense. If you deny the man-eating vultures, you will end up like them." The enchanting woman wanted to resist the itch, but unfortunately, she couldn't. She only scratched a few times and the skin on her arm broke. Once the wound appeared, the skin around it immediately began to fester. What would happen to the man-eating vultures? Would they lose all their feathers? Or would they be eaten by their own kind? How could the enchanting woman dare to imagine? She was frightened and quickly changed her words. "Quickly help me detoxify the poison. I will immediately remove the skill-sealing incense." "You don't have the qualifications to make conditions with this princess," Han Yunxi angrily shouted. She kept looking into the abyss. Long Fei and Gu Beiyue's figures were becoming more and more blurred. She couldn't afford to delay. The enchanting woman also couldn't afford to delay. However, she was at her wit's end. She lied to Han Yunxi. She couldn't immediately remove the skill-sealing incense. Once the skill-sealing incense was released, no one could remove it. She could only wait for it to disperse. Seeing the evasive look in her eyes, Han Yunxi was startled. You can't do it? The enchanting woman could only nod. Han Yunshi, the rules of the third stage are decided by me. As long as you give me the antidote, I will definitely let you out. I will do what I say. Han Yunshi was unable to restrain her anger. I'm warning you, if my husband has the slightest mishap, I will peel off 3 layers of your skin. She looked into the abyss, wishing she could lock Long Feiye's back in her eyes. Unfortunately, that blurry back was already very, very small. The enchanting woman looked at her arm, which was about to peel off 3 layers of skin. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She hurriedly advised Han Yunshi, I'll be honest with you. If you fall into such a deep abyss, don't mention death, even your corpse might not be found. You should take care of yourself first. If I don't open the door, you will never be able to get out. He won't die. You shut up. Han Yunshi was so fierce, so fierce. The enchanting woman's entire arm was starting to fester. She rushed in front of Han Yunshi and said anxiously, this time, his inner strength must be completely gone. He will definitely die. You should take care of yourself first. Slap. With a loud sound, Han Yunshi fiercely slapped the enchanting woman. You hit me. The enchanting woman was furious. She immediately raised her hand to slap, but when she saw Han Yunshi's bloodshot and furious eyes, she was actually afraid and unconsciously put down her hand. He won't die. As long as I'm alive, he won't dare to die. Han Yunshi said each word cold. She turned back to look at the abyss and continued to shout, Long Feiye, did you hear me? Give me a reply. Long Feiye. There was no reply. Moreover, in just a moment that tiny back disappeared. She couldn't see that familiar figure again. It had completely disappeared, gone. No. Han Yunshi finally lost all reason, her voice thick with sobs. Long Feiye, give me a reply, won't you? Last time when he'd been stabbed in the heart, she could at least see him and hold his hand tightly. She could even help him find a doctor. But this time, she couldn't help him at all. She hated herself for being so powerless. Without that familiar figure, her free and easy self turned into a coward. Her entire body trembled as she screamed like a mad woman. Long Feiye, give me a reply. You can come up, right? Long Feiye, I'll wait for you. Long Feiye, if you don't come up, I'll jump down. Long Feiye, you haven't even finished your 100 steps yet. How can you leave Yunshi? Unfortunately, he really did disappear. Han Yunshi sprawled on the edge of the cliff, stupidly muttering to herself like a lost child. It made one's heart ache. What to do? Yunshi's highness had disappeared. She couldn't even remember how long it had been since they'd parted ways. She only thought that once they got close, they'd never part again. Long Feiye, you'll come up, right? Long Feiye, you said you'd take me over. How could you lie to me? Long Feiye, if you lie to me once, I'll treat it as 100 times. I'll never trust you again. No matter how she warned, the abyss remained deathly still. Her voice grew softer and softer, as if she was muttering something or sobbing. The alluring woman stood on one side, scratching her itch. She wanted nothing more than to push Han Yunshi down, but she didn't dare. She was so anxious that she was about to go crazy. At this moment, the king of medicine couldn't help but run out as well. He looked into the abyss and shook his head helplessly, filled with regret and irritation. Seeing Han Yunshi like this made his heart ache. Lass, the dead can't come back to life. You have to think for yourself. These are the rules of the medicine requesting cave. Didn't old man try to persuade you back then? The king of medicine did his best to salvage some of his image. Unfortunately, Han Yunshi seemed to have lost her mind and ignored him. The king of medicine glanced at the alluring woman, feeling rather impatient. Although the medicine requesting cave belonged to the medical hut, it wasn't under his jurisdiction. If this dragged on and the alluring woman really died, the guards of the medicine requesting cave wouldn't let Han Yunshi off even if he begged for mercy. Lass, let's talk things over. If you cure her poison, old man won't force you to stay at the medical hut, all right? the king of medicine coaxed again. Han Yunshi suddenly glared at him with murderous eyes. With the alluring woman's example as an example, the king of medicine backed away in fright. But Han Yunshi didn't make a move against him, but,